Hello guys, I'm Futureal. I stream 5 days a week over on twitch.tv/Futureal. And in this video, we are revisiting something that we did in the previous season of Project Diablo 2. We are testing the early game builds. So in this video, we are going to take all classes and all kind of meta builds. I'm not going to go for the bow druid or the throw paladin or any kind of meme builds that you want to play for fun. I'm going to take the meta builds, so the Javelin, the Boazon, the Hammered-in, the Fist of Heavens, the Throw Barb, all those main builds for the 7 classes. I'm going to level them to level 80 with reasonable gear for the level, and I'm going to check where they can farm, what would be the most sensible to do, both as a new player and a experienced player. And that's what you're going to see in this video. There's going to be a list of timestamps in the description here where you can choose your class and your build and see where it excels in the early game. If you enjoyed this video, please hit me up with a like and a subscribe, and leave your comment down below with what you want to see in the next video. Until the next time, take care, and I will see you then. Okay, here we are, guys. Kind of like the same concept that we did in Season 3. We have leveled all characters to level 80 or around 80-ish. Emulating that you just finished the game, either solo or with a group. And you are now setting to start farming. And for the Paladin, we're going to test, I would say, 3 different builds. We're going to do the Hammered-in, we're going to do the Fist of Heavens, and we're going to do some iteration of Zealot. Either pure Zealot or Oradin. Haven't really decided. But we're going to start with the Hammered-in, and we're going to go through his gear. I haven't actually picked up a mercenary for him, because I find that when you want to start farming on Hell, your mercenary is just going to die anyway. It's actually not realistic for most people to have a functional mercenary by the time you beat the game. He is simply going to be too weak. If you do have a mercenary, however, that's just a bonus and your character will be slightly stronger than mine. But for now, we're going to go mercenary less, and this is the build that we are going to use. So it's the standard Hammered-in build. The Hammered-in has historically not been great in Project Diablo 2, but we are going to try him. So we have maxed hammers, 1 point for now in Holy Shield. We have maxed Blessed Aim and Concentration and Vigor. We did end up taking 1 point in Redemption because of the fact that we don't have a mercenary. If you do have a mercenary and maybe you have given him an insight, you could skip this point and move it over to Holy Shield. So this is where we dump the points after we have all the main skills. With Holy Shield active, let me pick that shield, there we go. We have 50% chance to block, because this character is intended for hardcore. We have put 50 strength, up to 50% chance to block with Dex, and the rest in Vitality. We're currently running about 1.4k life. The inventory is just random charms that you would be likely to find on the way of playing through the game. There is nothing extraordinary here. And if you take a look at our resistances, they aren't even maxed. Our gear is Spirit, double Spirit of course. We have Lore, we have Stealth. We have a 1 Paladin with a couple of reses, Amulet. We do have Blood Fist. We do have a double res ring here, double res belt, single res belt, and double res boots. And this is pretty much what we're going to try, and we're going to try to do we're going to do a cow run, we're going to do a trav run, and we're going to do a chaos run. That's the areas that you want to be looking into farming. The best, in my opinion, is Chaos. Second best is Trav. Third best is Cows. So if you can't do Chaos, do Trav. If you can't do Trav, do Cows. If you can't do Cows, consider respecking, because you should play a build that can do Cows, even if you don't want to end up playing that build, you should consider the fact that maybe it's smart to play a build that can deal with this for now, and then you can respec a build that is more desirable for you later on when you have a little bit better gear. But that being said, let's get into it. We're going to start with Chaos for all the builds, then go into Travancore, and then go into Chaos. And then we're going to have a short conclusion at the end before we move on to the next class. So we're going to try a cow run first and see how that goes. Let's buff up. I do suspect this is going to be pretty much the same thing that we have talked about before. It's going to work, but it's going to be slow because of how the Hammered is designed. How the spells actually are designed is the reason why this character is not played very much. But as you can see, it does work. We are clearing it without too much problems. Our damage seems okay. And if we can avoid getting hit, this would obviously be a lot easier if you had a mercenary. But we're gonna go mercenary less for these guides, because not everyone are able to gear up a mercenary at this point. So that was the initial pull. It was quite a big pull. And it works. It definitely works. It's not the fastest, but you have to start somewhere. I would say, as for the Hammered in the cow level, I'll say this, it's like a 6 out of 10. We probably have builds that would perform quite a bit better than this, but it was actually better than I was afraid of. Alright, we're in Trav. Up with the Holy Shield, and we just sprint here. This is the fastest you want to go. Sprint up here. And you want to try to lure these out. I know that I do not have maximum fire res at the moment, which is punishing. But I think that's going to be the case for a lot of people. They would not have maxed fire res when they are here. So it's kind of realistic in that sense. And make use of that shrine. Got cursed here. Okay, so definitely can do it. I did go in pretty crazily there to see how fast it was possible to go. I understand if other people want to be a little bit more careful, and you do need to kite. You 100% need to kite here. So you need to kite them back into your hammers. And that was the clear. We cleared it. Oh wait, there's one more. So this took about a minute. I would say. And yeah, you can definitely farm Trav with this build. I would say this was more useful to me than cows, because you have a much higher chance of getting runes here. So the Hammered at level 80, 81. You see my fire res is not amazing. We were still able to do it. Yeah, I would say Hammered in Trav. 8 out of 10 for me. 8 out of 10. Definitely farm here if you have a Hammered at the early game. Onwards to Chaos. Alright, we have arrived at Chaos. Doing a full Chaos run is something that is optional. For me, I think at this point I would advise you to kill the elites and champions and the seals. So we're just going to get into it and see how this goes. So we have a little bit of the same problem, of course, because of the design of the character. The damage is slow to apply. You're going to have to be careful with getting barbecued here. Because you see the fire res. The The fire res is not amazing at this point. You gotta be a bit careful. But as I said before when we were in Trav, you gotta start somewhere. So I do highly recommend you to try to get maximum fire res. With the gear that we have, we didn't reach that, and that could be the case for many of you, that you simply don't have the fire res, but I still want to show you that these things are doable in before I get freaking roasted. But you know. I wanted to try to not necessarily have to clear everything here. But I'm not sure how dense this this map is going to be. Okay, we have reached the center. We can go for the scariest side first. We can do the Sace. He is normally the hardest of the bosses to deal with. Yeah, Hodo is still probably the best in slot for hammering, I would say. Yeah, okay, so we are getting through this. It's not super fast, but you know, what can you expect? It's simulated to be day number 2 with really crappy gear. So that's just something you have to deal with. We are actually going to get a level here. That's kind of funny. Now we're just going to test every like meta build. And the first one out is the Hammerden. We're going to be transitioning into Fist of Heavens after this Hammerden test. So this is kind of scary with extra fast fanaticism when you're cursed. Well, we actually managed to take out the dude himself. That was quite fortunate, I would say. So yeah, let's get over here. So if you're farming this on your Paladin, or any other class for that matter, and you don't plan to seal pop, right? You're doing a regular run without Enigma or whatever. You're not gonna seal pop. Always click this one first. Because then, when you go here, everything is gonna blow up by the time Infector dies. Be careful here if you don't have full fire res, and there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna show you a trick with Diablo.
Not even death.
So you go here, and you hammer like crazy here until he spawns, and then you run close. And the fire damage is rough. And also we didn't have the Holy Shield on. Pick up some healing potions here. Hello? Am I DCing? Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. So weird lag there. He's in a yikes position here though. Stop barbecuing me! So he's gonna go down here. And there we have it. That was the Chaos run. Obviously the Paladin isn't the best at this, but he can do it. I would say... I think I will give the Paladin a about a 6. About a 6, maybe a 7. If you, I would say in my state where you don't have max fire res, I would say this is a 6 out of 10 build for Chaos, with the gear that we have been able to obtain on day 2. If you manage to max your res, this is probably a 7 out of 10 build for Chaos Sanctuary. But that was it for the early game Paladin test. Now over to the Fist of Heavens. Alright guys, it's time to test out the next Paladin build. The same areas, Chaos, Trav and Chaos. This is intended to be a level 82, level 80, basically a day 2 build. This is the rest that we have. These are the stats. We chose to go for 50% chance to block. With this build, it's intended for hardcore. And our HP is 1.4k. We are going mercenary less, because I don't think everybody will have a mercenary that can keep himself alive at this point. So we just want to showcase how that works, and potentially compare with the Hammered-In that we just did. The gear is exactly the same as the Hammered-In. We can quickly go over it. Double Spirit, 1 skills with some res amulet, lore, stealth, blood fist, dual res ring, dual res belt, single res ring, dual res boots, and we have some random charms that you will be likely to have picked up. The build is of course a little bit different. On the combat side we have maxed Fist of Heavens, Holy Nova, Holy Light and Holy Bolt. 1 point in Redemption for mana regeneration. No points in offensive auras. We chose to ignore Conviction. There might be a build where you can use Conviction, but for this build I'm showcasing, we are going the Redemption route. And that also means you are dumping the rest of your points in Holy Shield. So I'm gonna go find the leg, and we're gonna do a cow run. Alright, we are on the Fist of Heavens build now, and we are gonna do a cow run. Let's quickly just activate the Holy Shield there, and let's go, see how this goes. Alright, so we had a really good tip from the chat here. 420 Blaze 5-head chat today. As I have said before, some of these builds I'm not very experienced with, and I got a very good tip that we tested out right now on stream. And that's when you do really big pulls, use Fist of Heavens on the monster that is the closest to you. I'm going to show you how it looks, because if you do that on the closest to you, all the Holy Bolts that spawn will shoot backwards through the pack and basically shotgun everything. I did a test pull here, and it significantly increased my DPS. So I'm gonna have to upgrade the score on this character, and this is why it's also so important to talk to other people that are more experienced in the builds that you are trying. So let me show you how that looks. Let's pull all this towards us here. This one's at the front. Look at the damage behind. It just deletes everything. Much higher DPS, because even the elites died during that pull, because all the Holy Bolts that keep spawning, they shotgun out from the first target. So let's pull another big pack here, and let's circle these. We are at 75 FCR, so let's just shoot the first one, and you can see the DPS. You can almost clear this as fast as it walks towards you. Not quite. Maybe you can with a couple of more plus skills. This is much better. Thank you very much for the suggestion from the chat. I will immediately upgrade this build to a 8 out of 10 for cow level. With the gear we have really bad gear. This is substantially better than the Hammered-In. And in my opinion also more fun to play because the damage is instant. 8 out of 10 for me for cows on the Fist of Heavens Paladin. Let's check out Trav. Alright, we're in Trav, Holy Shield, and we go. Redemption Aura on. Let's clear out some of this. This is immune to... some of this stuff is immune to lightning. But that's okay. I'm just gonna clear this stuff out here. This possessed one is quite nasty. Okay, so let's see how we fare against this. So you want to do the same thing. Oh, that poison was nasty. Do the same thing here. Just pull back. Kite them backwards. Even the elites here, because of the magic damage application from Fist of Heavens, does very high damage. This is also, as far as I can see so far, substantially higher DPS output than the Hammered in. We'll just tank this one, since we don't have a curse on us. That curse is not good. Let's eat that thing. And we can probably tank this one. There we go. Yeah, that was that. Oh, one more. One more minion. There we have it. And that's Trav. This is also... this is also better than the Hammered in at Travancore, as far as I can tell. I like this build more than the Hammered in Travancore. I would say that as far as farming Travancore on day number 2 with this bad gear, I would say this is a 9 out of 10. It's very, very strong. Okay guys, we are in Chaos. We have situators ourselves in the center of the room, and we are gonna try to get towards the Sace and the other bosses. Right, here we go. The damage is pretty nice. I do like the damage a lot. Let's do the same thing. Try to target the targets that are closest to you, so it shotguns the units standing behind. Very nice tip that I got in the cow level. Always shoot the thing that is the closest to you, so that the holy bolts will shotgun backwards and basically just increase your DPS. That was taking forever. I don't think that thing actually hit for some reason. Weird. I know he was immune to lightning, but I thought the holy bolts would still hit that target. Again, it's pretty much echoing. It's pretty much echoing what I've been saying about the Fist of Heavens Paladin compared to the Hammered in the 2 other areas we have tested. We are gonna get a little overrun here. That's okay. Nothing we can do about that sometimes. Just gonna have to deal with it. And there he is. As I was saying, before the Sace tried to tear me a new asshole, was that this build is pretty much going to echo what I said about cows. It's going to echo the same thing I said about Trav. It feels better to play than the Hammered in. I know that there are some people that love the Hammered in and want to play it, and the Hammered in was okay, but it just feels much better to play. so we're just gonna kite this backwards just like we did before, because our fire res is terrible. And there we have it. I mean, he dealt with that so fast.
Not even death can save you from me.
He does, as I can see, he does not have unbelievable single target damage, or like boss damage. That is something I notice. And I'm assuming that's because Diablo has some magic resistance. You think it's better to use Hbolt? Oh, now he's running like a moron. I don't see too much of a difference, but you might still be correct even so. A little bit low on... well, it is slightly higher, you're right. Absolutely right. It is slightly higher right now. So pick up that healing potion. Where is he? Yeah, we don't even have the three holy bolts, right? But that's good. A lot of people are going to be in that situation, not having the third holy bolt. So I'm perfectly fine with doing it that way. And that was the run. As a day number 2 week Fist of Heaven's Paladin, for me, again, this is almost as good as it gets. This is 8 out of 10. Definitely 8 out of 10. Feels safe. Obviously, I can do better in the fire rest department. I have a distance, I have high damage, I have decent block. I like this better than the Hammerdin. And now we are going to change the weapon, and we're going to change the shield. We're going to attempt a Zealot build. Alright guys, we have rebuilt our character. We're going to test a traditional Zealot. We're still going to go mercenary less. Our build is max Zeal Sacrifice for the synergies. We have maxed Holy Shield for the block. And Fanaticism is the aura we're gonna use. We have taken 1 point in Vigor for the movement speed, 1 point in Salvation, and the rest of the points we are dumping in Defiance as a synergy for Holy Shield. I'm gonna go get myself a cow leg, or a reverse leg for the cows, and we're gonna try that in a minute. The only difference we have in the gear is that we have made Lionheart, we have made Rhyme, because we need Cannot Be Frozen, and we have made an Insight in a Nightmare quality Divine Scepter. So we're gonna see how this works. We might need to reconsider this this weapon choice. It's very hard to pick a weapon choice that is decent but not too good when it comes to what is reasonable to find by the time you have beaten the game, and you will be ready to start farming, even if you were with a group or if you're alone. So we're going to try out this combo right here. The rest of the gear is the same. 1 skill with res, lore, blood fist, double res gloves, double res belt, single res gloves, or ring I mean, double res boots, and we have the same inventory of crappy charms. And here we have the cow level. Our stats are as follows. With the Fanaticism active, we have 1700 damage with the Insight, and we have 80% chance to heal to hit against Diablo, and 75% chance to block. I have no idea how this is gonna go, so fingers crossed, and let's see what we can do. A little bit nerve-wracking here.
Move.
So the damage is absolutely terrible. You can see that from the first hit. There is absolutely no way you're gonna do this with this weapon. We have to go back to the drawing board and see what we can change. Oh, dual leech with deadly strike. I mean, this is great though, right? You kind of have to go for something like this, yeah? Yeah, but I mean, you can't really complain about the deadly strike. You're not gonna have a bunch of you know, perfect skulls. But so this is on average, this is fine. Max block. But let's take a quick run to the cow level and see what we can do here. No. I mean, it does work. It's not amazing. It's not amazing, not even a little bit. But it works. No. The leech and the whole shebang actually works. And we got this thing. Oh, snap. Yeah, so I think we're gonna cut and make a clip here. I'm gonna make a clip right here, and then I will go to the conclusion about cows not being great. So we have just spent about an hour testing different weapons for the traditional Zealot. We are currently using a Lawbringer, which is by far the most solid weapon for cows. And you can see it does include a Lemrune, which is it's kind of hard to get on day number 2 or by the time you have beaten Hell. We have tried many alternatives. We tried the Insight Divine Scepter. We have a crafted Etnax, crafted Conquest Sword. Obviously, if you find materials, you find one of these Hell bases for your Zealot, you can always craft these. We also tried the Alder weapon. I think that might have been the second best one. But that being said, the efficiency in the cow level, I can show you the efficiency with the best weapon of them all that you can even hope to have. You can see yourself. This damage is everything but impressive. You can do it. You can definitely do it. I'm killing stuff. I can get runes. I can get stuff. But this is not very fast at all. Definitely do not recommend playing a Zealot in the cow level. Very, very slow. And this is a 2 out of 10. Cow level, traditional Zealot, 2 out of 10. Alright, we're in Trav. We have Holy Shield. I have cleared out a little bit of mobs here so that you guys can see that we're not going to get interrupted too badly. This is probably one of the riskier farms. These monsters, particularly if they have amp damage, they can hit you really, really hard. This is the best weapon. We are running Lawbringer. We are running Lawbringer right now, so you can see how long this takes. Is it feasible? Yes. Are we doing it? Absolutely. But this is not fast by any stretch of the imagination. And we're gonna see what happens now when we have a bigger pack arrive. If we can even do this without dying. I am going to face tank this, because I think it's important to be able to face tank things when you are playing a melee character. If you can't face tank it, you can't do this efficiently. But there is a limit to what we... there's a limit to our stupidity here. You're gonna have to deal with like 3 or 4 of them. You can't deal with 20. That's just silly. So while we are absolutely doing this, I mean, it's actually not as bad as I thought. Come to think of it, that wasn't too bad. I was even amplified there. Yeah, that was exactly like the chat is picking up on some interesting facts here. This was low key, not that bad. Yeah, I mean, kind of surprised after what happened in the cow level. But I would probably give this build a 5 out of 10 for Travancore. Traditional Zealer. About 5 out of 10, I would say. Alright, we're in Chaos, guys. We're getting amped. Chaos is a rough place for a melee, but I still want to show you guys what it's like. I'm not sure what to even do about the Ace and his pack. I'm gonna go there first. I'm sure there is some trick to it, where you like try to kite him away. Because you can see here, even with what, in my opinion, is probably the best option for your weapon of choice for day number 2, or for when you have just beaten hell and you're looking to start farming. This is the Lawbringer, and this is still pretty damn slow. Obviously, you will be crafting as much as possible if you find ethereal bases. You're going to be looking for particular uniques, of course, and also the more expensive rune words like Death and Grief, maybe even Breath of the Dying. But for now, this is what we have to work with, and while we are doing it, it's not like we are in immediate danger of dying, but it's just slow. It's just very slow. It kind of it needs some of those big pieces of gear to unlock. The attack rating is not unbelievably good. We're not running double angelic right now. We just have some rare stuff. We have a crafted helm, Lionheart, Rhyme, Bloodfist, random inventory, and this Lawbringer, which is, in my opinion, the best weapon. And even with the best weapon at this point of the journey you will have to take, it is pretty slow. I don't know how to deal with this pack. I don't know if Zealots avoid Chaos. Oh, this is, of course it's extra fast. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? So just another way for the game to absolutely brutalize your exhaust. I'm gonna have to kite these back here. Hello? So this is probably the reason why this is probably not a good idea. I'm fairly certain that Zealots do not want to do Chaos Sanctuary. It's going to be interesting to see what happens at Diablo. But thus far, this is quite time-consuming. I'm also decrepified here. I run the risk of being cursed. These guys have fanaticism. The Sace is being, you know, the normal asshat that he is.
I am overburdened.
It's quite a terrifying place to farm. I think on hardcore I would not set my foot in Chaos until I had substantially better survivability. Let's see how Infector goes. Ooh. The lowest of the lowest of damages. Yikes. we're getting absolutely barbecued here. Our defensives are not up to par here at all. Kind of want to try to pull one or two of these towards me, but it's very hard. They kind of have a tendency to group up. Kite them out of the dungeon. I'm not sure if that's the play. But I do want to showcase how tough this is for this level of gear. And just underline that you probably don't want to be here. It's probably a semi... what's it called? No, not semi. It's a sub-optimal area to try and farm. And why are they running away as soon as I hit them? So annoying. Well, if I can't do Diablo, why am I doing Chaos? And I might as well be doing Ancient Tunnels. Or something like that, yeah? Like, the reason you do Chaos is for the increased loot from Diablo, right? Oh, I'm getting barbecued here. Not good. Right, let's pick up some healing potions here. Okay, so we got down the first one. I think it's gonna be a little bit easier now. But yeah, the DPS here is not what you're looking for. Absolutely not what you're looking for. But as I said before, we are doing it. It's just very, very slow. Okay, where's the bad boy? There we go. Quite squishy, yes, I agree with that. They are quite squishy. So let's see what happens here. This is gonna be interesting. Don't even have max lightning res. Actually, can I tank this? Well, I can actually tank it. I have more regen than... well, at least I have more regen with a potion than the damage he does. So, you know, you're gonna kind of have to try to tank it to keep your DPS up, which is mainly your amplified damage proc. But, you know, look at the damage. Damage is very, very lackluster. You're missing Deadly Strike, you're missing Crushing Blow, you're missing all those things that make a physical damage dealer any good. So, this being said, I'm probably gonna have to go to town here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to town here before I get barbecued and stock up on some potions. I don't wanna stop here. I'm just gonna fill up on some more potions. So as far as you can see, if you keep up the amplified damage, I'm getting a bit brutalized here. Run away a little bit. Get some more health. Well, if you keep up the amplified damage, it's not undoable, but it's very, very slow. Very, very slow. We got a Diablo Charm though. Got a Diablo Charm. Not bad. But as for as for this build, if you do choose to play Zealot from the start, just know that it's going to be a struggle boss. We played through the 3 most desirable zones to farm for item acquisition in the game, which is Chaos, Trav, and Chaos. And it was very tough, and that's even with the Lawbringer by many deemed as the best starting weapon for this build. So if you can't get yourself a Lawbringer, do anything you can to obtain a Lawbringer. Farm Chaos on Nightmare, cross your fingers for your Hellforge quests. Maybe you can trade perfect gems for a Lemrune, or anything else that you find. Try to trade it for a Lemrune and make this weapon. As for the Paladin itself, I would recommend to play either Hammered-In, or in my opinion the best choice, play Hbolt / Fist of Heavens at this stage. Even if you choose to go Zealot later, I think the best of the 3 builds that I have tested today is the Fist of Heavens Hbolt build, and I absolutely recommend you to pick that if you want to play Paladin. Even if you are intending to go a different build later on, play that for the start, use it to collect the gear you need, and then you can respec later. As for the Zealot in Chaos, it's probably a 3 out of 10. Probably a 3 out of 10. But that was it for the Paladin. We have tested 3 builds. Fist of Heavens / Hbolt is the best in my opinion. The second best is the Hammered-In. And the worst one by quite the margin at this stage of the game is the Zealot. So, here's the Assassin. The first build we're going to try is the traditional lightning traps. It has seen a buff in the Season 4 beta, and we're going to go with the build we have right here. Thank you, Zamazur, for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Chain Lightning Sentry is the main of the build, and we're going to use Death Sentry support. So we're going to go for the common synergy first, which is the Charge Bolt Sentry. We're going to max Shockweb to boost the Chain Lightning Sentry, and we are not going to put anything in Fire Blast for this synergy or in Wake of Fire for now. So early game build, you might want to tweak that later when you get really good gear or you get to a very high level. As for martial arts, you will ignore that skill tree, and in Shadow Disciplines you will take 1 point in Burst of Speed, 1 point in Mind Blast, so you have the toolkit of Cloak of Shadows and Mind Blast for stuns, and then dump all your remaining points in Fade. This is, as I said, intended to be a video to show you where to farm when you have just beaten the game, or even maybe before you're strong enough to beat the game. However, we are doing the cows in this run, so mainly intended to show where your character is good around level 80 with the gear that I'm going to show you soon to start farming. So the gear is as follows, and you might notice we do not have a mercenary. These guides for the early game farming will be done mercenary-less, just for the simple fact that there's a few people that are very inexperienced with the game, or they're brand new. They aren't as good as keeping their mercenaries alive, particularly when they cannot teleport. So I want to show this mercenary-less. If you end up playing with a mercenary, then that's just great, because you're going to have an even stronger build than the one that I'm showing you right now. The gear is as follows. Nothing on swap. We are running Spirit. We are running Rhyme. 1/2 Assassin with double resist. Simple amulet here. We have Lore, Stealth, Blood Fist, double resist Ring, double resist Belt, double resist Ring again, and double resist Boots. The inventory is simply some random small charms that you could be likely to find on your journey through the game. Nothing spectacular. You can see the resistances right here. And yeah, we're going to take this to Chaos, we're going to take it to Trav, and we are going to take it to Chaos. I'll be back in a few seconds with the cow run. Alright, there we are. So, time to do cows. We have set up our hotkeys, and we are good to go. We're gonna rebuff with... oh, we actually have max res. Alright, not bad. We do have max res with Fade. How much do we have with... not amazing without Fade. But this is probably what you're gonna see most of the time. So we're gonna go with Fade. We are intending these builds for hardcore after all. So let's see how this is going to go. Yeah, so it does work. It definitely works. So we're gonna do 4, 1 of those, and then Mind Blast. And spawn some extra death sentries. Take these guys out. So whilst this is not as strong of a build as it used to be, this build still works. And the Wake of Fire build plays very, very similarly to this. So you place your traps, 1 death sentry, at least in my opinion that's what you want to do. And just Mind Blast to keep these stuck in place. If you do have a mercenary, of course, the mercenary will keep these in place for you, and it's gonna be a little bit easier. I feel like this is for the cows. It's a very, very nice build, and you know, as long as you you keep getting small upgrades here and there, just by getting some more resistances, you are going to be able to stop using Fade. The better you are at dodging damage, the sooner you can stop using Fade, and you will have more attack speed, and you can be able to lay these traps a lot sooner. So the traps in here shown as the lightning traps in, very, very similar to the fire trapper. I would say that there is no need for me to show the fire trapper. It works exactly the same way. You put down 4 traps, 1 death sentry, and you spam with Mind Blast to stun them in place. When you have more corpses, you spawn a couple of more death sentries, just blow it up. Plays exactly the same, and the traps in the early game for me is probably a 7, maybe even 8 out of 10 in the cow level. This is my preferred place of farming as a traps in early game in Project Diablo 2. Check it out. I don't think you will get disappointed. Okay, so we are in Travancore. Historically, I can tell you up front that this is not an amazing area for the traps in. There are immunities in here, and it's usually quite difficult to do this area as a traps in. Unless you have Infinity, of course, or a very, very strong mercenary. So I'm just going to show you real quick how difficult this is. And it's mostly because you see here they are immune to lightning. So you can't really reliably do this area because the other one, as you see here, they're immune to fire. So if you go as a lightning trapper, you're going to be able to kill the fire immunes, and vice versa. If you go fire trapper, you're going to be able to kill the lightning immunes. But it's kind of hard to do both at the same time. So as you can see, this area is pretty clunky on the traps in. You even have here one that's fire and lightning immune. I do not recommend farming this area on the traps ins, neither fire or lightning, unless you have a very strong mercenary or you have Infinity. Okay, we have run ourselves to Chaos Sanctuary. We are going to do Chaos. This is also traditionally not an amazing place for a traps in without Infinity. I'm going to show you how it works. It can be quite tough, but you do get carried a little bit by your Death Sentry. Even though it's significantly weaker than it was before, it still does help quite a bit. The Venom Lords here are not great. So, as you can see here, you can do this. Well, I know that you can use Cloak and run past everything, but what's the point? You're here to farm, right? You're not here to do the quest. Yeah, I know that, but what's the point? But negative 50% defense, but that doesn't help me. Where does that help me? How does that help me? Why not a lower res one? Because the same thing, right? Okay, let me just go up here. Defense doesn't do anything for your traps. Defense and physical resistance is not the same thing. Defense only prevents you from getting hit by melee attacks. The trap is not a melee attack, it's a spell, but it does physical damage. Negative defense doesn't do anything for that. I don't have any abilities where negative defense would help me. If it would be negative 50% physical resistance, then it would help. Defense does nothing. And also we have another question up here. Why don't you use lower res? But that's the point. Like, if you want to use lower res, it means that this area is not suitable for farming. Like, I was trying for several minutes there to just clear my way out of the star. It's not worth it. If you have a traps in with bad gear, don't go to Chaos. It's that simple. Like, you can play your way through the game, obviously. Like, you can spend 15 minutes to clear a Chaos, or you can buy yourself a lower resist one to do the quest, move on to Act 5 and complete the game. Obviously you're gonna do that, but this is not the area that you want to farm with the traps in. It takes too long. And by that conclusion, we tried Chaos, we tried Travancore, and we tried Chaos. Only one of these areas is suitable for a low-geared assassin that is playing either fire or lightning traps, and it's only the cow level. There is no other area, particularly on hardcore. If you are on softcore, you can make it work in the pits, for instance, if you're a lightning trapper. But for me, the only place that is worth farming as a traps in, whether you're fire or lightning, is the cows. There is nowhere else to go. Like, you can kill Pindle, you can kill Shank, you can kill Eldritch. It's a waste of time compared to cows. You need density. You need hundreds of mobs. You don't need one TC-84 monster. And it is a limitation for the build, but once you get over the hurdle, that is the cow level, this character will really unlock, and it will be a really strong build. But for me, my best suggestion to you, if you play a fire trapper, if you play a lightning trapper, go to the cows. You're probably going to spend about 5 to 8 days there before you get your Infinity, or even Enigma if you want to go that far. And I'm not talking about dropping 2 Burns, that's very unlikely to happen. But you also have to think of everything else you're going to find. Other runes, skillers, uniques. You're going to have to trade that for runes so you can make your Infinity. When you have Infinity, everything unlocks. You can go wherever you want to farm. Until that point, stay in the cow level and farm the density that is there. That's the best tip I can give you. Now over to the next build. Okay, guys, this is the Phoenix Strike Assassin. Again, we're playing mercenary-less, but we do have the Shadow Warrior this time. Let me quickly go over the gear. It's very similar to what you have seen on the other build, the Trapsin, but we have crafted a Caster Claw. 1 to skills. You know, obviously you want more, but that's what we got. We have Treachery, Lore, same amulet, same shield. The rest is exactly the same across the board, including the charms. So not much changed, but we are going to see how this is going to work. The build is as follows, and as I have understood it from quite a discussion in my chat when we were deciding where to put our talent points, is that obviously you're gonna max Phoenix Strike, but which of the other synergies you choose to max will pretty much determine where you want to farm, particularly at a low level. I actually do think that this build is maxable, so that you can go all the synergies, including what you need in Shadow Disciplines, when you get to, you know, in the 96, 97 area. But for this test, we chose to go with cold and fire damage. Some people said that lightning was probably better than cold, but it doesn't really matter. Choose what you want. 2 out of these 3 synergies you want to go for this build. You do nothing in traps. Shadow Disciplines, you take 1 in Warrior to help yourself survive. And you max Claw and Dagger Mastery for the attack rating, because your attacks, even if they are elemental, the elemental damage is what is giving you damage, but this decides how often you're gonna hit. So for the low level, you are going to want to have Claw Mastery. That's gonna help you do a much higher DPS. And I choose to dump in Fade, as my builds are catered for hardcore. Also, one last thing is that we play with 50% chance to block. We have 139 dexterity. So let's buff up with our Fade. We can resummon the Shadow Master, and let's go to the cows and see what happens. Find some cows over here. Actually, not bad, I have to say. My Shadow Master is in absolute Narnia, though. So as you can see, our gear is anything but impressive. We actually got a gear upgrade there. How about that? 15 all-res compared to 18 and 14 with strength and dex. Not bad. We would use that if this was a actual ladder reset. Yes, I understand feels good, but using that Dragonflight is extremely dangerous on hardcore. And take a look at this. I mean, I'm absolutely destroying this. I'm absolutely destroying it. This is cows, guys. Compare this to the Zealot guide that we just made minutes ago. It's absolutely slaying. And this is without Mercenary. So keep in mind, you can have a Mercenary on this character. For instance, an Act 2 Mercenary that gives you damage reduction. Or you could even have a Act 3 Mercenary with a Conviction or a Light, if you wish. We do have, however, no healing potions. We have to do something about that. No. So the damage of this build is very, very nice. I am, however, a little skeptical to the survivability. I do feel quite squishy. I have to say that. Maybe the correct thing here is to go for more % chance to block. Maybe the correct thing is to not have a shield. And what's it called? Go for weapon block, to try to utilize weapon block. I'm not sure. I think life on hit or life after kill will be very important on this build. But thus far, this build was quite impressive. I would give this a 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 for the Phoenix Strike Assassin. And this is with terrible gear. Terrible gear. When you start getting a little bit better gear here and you can start going ham with more plus skills, maybe with a Storm Shield to help you stay alive, life on hit, life after kill, those kinds of modifiers, this build is gonna absolutely slay.
Hello.
Alright, we are here in Trav. Fade is up. I don't really know how this is gonna work. Oh yeah. Hang on just a minute. Well, actually, there was enough left of this Trav from the previous build. We can actually just do this one. As you can see, the build is actually working really well. And there's one thing I want to note. If you intend to farm Trav, you 100% want to go with Blades of Ice as your main synergy. Because the majority of the units in Trav are either lightning or fire immune. There's only one unit that is cold immune. So if you want to consistently be farming Travancore for runes, make your first synergy be Blades of Ice, and then you can pick whichever you want of the two other ones. So for Travancore, I like the choice of Blades of Ice 100%. For Travancore, I would say this build is probably, as you could see, we took no damage almost. We dealt with the immunities. But I would say, for me in Trav, even with this bad gear, this is a 7 out of 10. And we're going to see how Phoenix Strike with bad gear is going to fare against Chaos Sanctuary. This is where the Trapsin had to give up. So let's see how it goes. So as you can see, we do have heavy fire damage in our build right now. I don't know which direction of the synergies would be most efficient to go here, because a lot of these are we have both immunities to fire, cold and lightning here, but I'm assuming that probably the Venom Lords have the highest HP, and it might be correct to go cold and lightning synergies for Chaos if you want to repeatedly farm it. I don't know. You're gonna have to figure that one out yourselves. But we are doing it. It is slow, of course, because there are so many immunities here. I also, like I mentioned before, I don't feel particularly tanky with this build. I do feel like a little bit of a glass cannon. So for the early game, you have to be careful with this build. Definitely have to be careful with this build. But it's a really fun build, I have to say. Obviously, you know, this build is for me catered towards hardcore. I choose to not play Dragon Flight because I don't want to put myself next to monsters, basically. So I wonder how this is gonna fare against the Sace. We might end up getting brutalized on the Sace, but as for the rest of this, we're doing it even though it's slow. I think it's running into us a little bit of the same of the issues as the Zealot was doing. Even though this is, you know, elemental damage, she does more damage. She's in melee range, and it makes this build quite high risk. You think I can do that without having them hit me? Let me try that for the next pull. Yeah, give me a second here. Just get this one down. Where did I put the cloak? Do we have anything on D? No. There we go. Alright. I mean, there's... I guess it saves me a little bit. It saves me a little bit of heartbreak. Question from the chat here. So, Shadowmaster and Cloak to help you. So let's see how the Sace goes here now. The Sace is normally quite dangerous. He's, I think he's always Fanaticism. No, that doesn't work because he can see me. I can't stand in melee range and do this. There we go. Let's get that. Let's get faded. Well, that was rough. That was that rough. As I said, this is to show the build is quite squishy. I would suggest you to probably not go to Chaos at this stage. It felt a lot better in Chaos and even in Trav. I felt a lot safer there. So unless you have to, probably stay out of Chaos, or if you are a very experienced player with Phoenix Strike, or you have a lot better gear. As for the bad gear that I just showed off with this build, I would probably say that Chaos is it's doable, but it's very difficult. I would say probably a 2 out of 10 for Chaos, based on the gear that we have. Okay, so this is going to be the traps in, not traps in, this is going to be the kicks in segment. Okay guys, time to check the kicks in and see how it performs in the 3 designated farming areas. We have a level 80 character. We are going to go mercenary-less. This is to show you guys that you don't technically need to have a strong mercenary to start your farming, and your character will be stronger if you do have a functioning mercenary. The gear is as follows. We have some random crafted gloves with attack speed, double res ring, double res belt, double res ring again. We have some crafted boots with some run, walk and res here for the kicks. We have a rhyme for the cannot be frozen and the all res. Random 1 skill with 2 resistances. Amulet. A crafted helmet. This is a safety helmet, as you can see. It has PDR. We are on hardcore, remember that. We have a Lionheart, and we do have a Lawbringer Claw. And nothing on swap, of course. The inventory is pretty much the same as you've seen earlier. Well, it's not even pretty much, it's exactly the same. Random charms that you are likely to see on your way to play through the game. So we have a leg that we acquired.
I can't use this yet.
And apparently I cannot use it.
I can't use this yet.
Okay, so let's make a new game. That thing happens sometimes, where the leg doesn't work. Alright, there's the cow level. We do have our Shadow Warrior here. Let me go through the talents real quick before we jump in. So we're maxing the 3 kick talents. We have... let's do the Shadow Disciplines first. We have 1 in Cloak of Shadows. I do have actually Shadow Warrior from my Claw. If you don't, you should probably take 1 in Shadow Warrior. It's quite nice. We max Fade because we are on hardcore, of course. And in traps, we dump the rest of the points in a Blade Shield. So let's put up Fade, put up Blade Shield, and let's see how this goes. So while this is definitely not the fastest, this is a melee build, of course. So it's not going to be a super fast build. But if you are interested in playing this build, it actually does work. So I feel like that is an important thing. If the build works, it's playable. And I'm also assuming that cows, given that cows have a lot of physical resistance, and they also have quite high health, it doesn't do this build justice. But the fact that it's doable makes it plausible to use. So let's lock into that one. And as you can see, the knockback and the kick has quite a big range here. But yes, we are doing it. We are getting through it. So I would say that if you do have the hots for this build, definitely consider it. This is probably not the area that you would want to farm, but it's definitely doable. For me, this build in the cow level, I will probably give it a 3 out of 10. It works, but it's very, very slow. Let's go check the other areas. Alright, here we are in Trav. Let's do a rebuff here and see what we can do. Kind of want to clear this stuff out if they will be annoying. And knowing these things, they will be annoying. The healers are the worst ones, of course. So let's just clear those out. Okay, so we are going to be weak here. Of course we are. So we're gonna try to not pull too much at a time. The important part here is to check if this actually is doable. And you see here, it is doable, but also quite slow. I killed it. I wasn't really in danger of anything. But it's slow. Yes, if we pick the correct skill, that would help. So we're obviously supposed to use Dragon Talon on single target. That was my my little brain fart there. Let's pull more of these out. So, but no, I mean, technically regardless of that, it's still fairly slow. And you don't have the survivability, at least in my book, to pull a lot of these at the same time. We have more of them here. Yeah, the single target damage is much faster using Dragon Talon. It is. And that's what can happen if they have time to hit you. So, as you can see, Trav is quite difficult on this character at this stage of your gear. There is not really a solid way of improving your gear drastically. The little bit of the issue is, let me actually just restart the game here to pick up my corpse, so I can show you what I'm talking about. So let me pick up our gear here, and it's the Lawbringer, right? So the Lawbringer is supplying you with amplified damage. If you want to have a if you want to have a life tap wand, you're going to lose your amplified damage, which means that you're going to do 50% less damage. That's a lot. Because you can't have both. They're going to overwrite each other. So, as you saw, Trav would be quite difficult. I'm sure that with more practice, playing this build in Trav will be well doable. And my gear is absolutely trash. But this is what you can expect on your day number 2, when you kind of reach this stage, and you kind of, you want to see where you are able to farm. So I would say, for me, obviously I died in Trav, so that was a failure on this run. A better practiced player would not have died there. I'm also, reading my chat, so I'm not fully invested in it. What I like to say is, if you're able to pull them one by one, you can kill it quite quickly. The singular ones. But still, when there's 9 of them, you're going to take several minutes to kill the entire Trav. And for that, I think for me, though this build can do it, I think Trav for me is probably 3 out of 10. It's quite a hard build to do Trav on. So let's regroup. We're gonna try a Chaos run and see how that goes. I'm assuming that it's also going to be quite tough. But we will see, and I will get back to you in a few seconds. Okay, let's do it. Alright, we have arrived in Chaos, guys. I used an Enigma to teleport myself to the center, and then we switched back to Lionheart. I cleared this out, and it is quite a tough place. It's going to echo what you have seen in the Cow level. It's going to echo what you have seen in Travancore. Let me try to show you here what I mean. So this is we have Blade Shield, we have our buffs. So you see, we can use Dragon Talon to kill these individually. The damage isn't bad at all, but as soon as you get a pack where you need to AoE, it's not amazing. Like, the kick sends the units everywhere. You can see the damage on the Vampire Lord or the Venom Lords here is not amazing. If you swap to Dragon Talon, on the other hand, you can almost one-shot these guys, but then you lose all your AoE damage. So it's a trade-off for sure. And I think that, as you can clearly see here, and we obviously haven't even gotten into the boss fight. The boss fight wouldn't be a problem at all. It kicks in, as you can see here. has incredible single target damage. I'm almost one-shotting these Stormcasters. So I think that as a general farming area, with this stage of the game, with this gear that you can expect to have around level 80, I have to say, I have to be honest, I wouldn't play this build. This is a doable area. You can do it. You can make it on your playthrough. You can spend 20 minutes in Chaos and beat the game with it. And that's probably what I would do personally. But this is not viable for farming. If you are an enthusiast of this build and you feel like you have to do it, then yes, you can farm this area. I would definitely not recommend to do so. In my mind, you should pick either of the 3 builds that we have talked about earlier in this guide. The Fire Traps in, the Lightning Traps in, or the Phoenix Strike Assassin. They would all do better than this character with this early level gear, and you can use either of those builds to farm gear that you would need to make this character strong. Because don't get me wrong, the Kixin is a very, very strong character. It's just garbage without decent gear. So keep that in mind. If you are a hardcore enthusiast of the Kixin, you can do it. It's gonna be tough. You're gonna hate yourself. If you're happy with that, by all means, play it. My recommendation, after the experience that I had testing the build, is stay away from this build until you have a little bit of gear, maybe some Gore Riders, maybe some you have G-Phase or Laying of Hands, so that you can have some proper kick damage. Alright, it's time for the Barb, guys, and we are going to start out with the Throw Barb. It's a build that I am very familiar with as I played it in Season 3. The build is quite simple. You max double throw, you max double swing for the synergy, and in the masteries, you take max throw mastery, 1 in each of the other ones, and in the early game, I like putting 5 points in natural res. It's going to really help you with your resistances. As for the war cries, I put 1 point in find item. You don't have to do this if you don't care about it. I kind of like using find item on specific bosses that I farm, particularly when you're going to start transitioning into Travancore. That's going to be very useful. I max battle command, and then the remainder of the points that I get after this would either go into find item or into Iron Skin. This is for the damage reduction. That's also going to be important. These guides we are doing mercenary less runs. That's because a lot of people that end up being at this level, around level 80, they aren't that experienced with the game. They won't be able to keep their mercenaries alive, particularly when you cannot teleport. So we're going to show this off mercenary less, and then you can hopefully have a character that is even stronger than the one that I'm showing off, and it's going to be a little bit easier. But as for now, we are going to go to the cows, and we're going to see how the Throw Barb performs. So as for the gear, let me just show you that real quick. We have 2 spirits on swap. 2 random spirits. We rolled 28 and 25. And on the main, we have 2 crafted weapons, 1 hit power and 1 blood weapon. We have a safety helm. We have a random 1 barb with a little bit of res, amulet, Lionheart. We have 20 IAS blood gloves. We have mana leech with 1 res, double res. We have double res over here with a little bit of attack rating. And we have some crafted boots with 10 run walk. This is blood boots, of course. And we have a inventory which is basically what you could have expected to find around level 80. Nothing really exciting down here. This is just random garbage. So let's go for the cows and see how that goes. So we buff up here like that, and let's see if we are able to kill anything at all. And as expected, we can definitely kill this, but you know, these units, they have pretty high health. They also have physical resistance. So, as you can see, I need to kite these. My DPS is not going to be the highest. There's also an elite pack in here. So this is going to be quite the run here. Before we... Oh, and we have cold as well. Interesting. So we are going to kill this as a simulation of what we're doing here. But when you don't have a mercenary, like me, you can see that this becomes pretty tough. I wouldn't say that this is worth it at all. If you cannot keep your mercenary alive, this is what you're looking at if your gear is bad. The mercenary that you would want to use on this character is an Act 5 mercenary eventually for the Might Aura, and then you would want to give him a Beast Axe for the Fanaticism. But right now, even though these are dying, we don't have the damage to kill this quickly enough if you don't have the mercenary. Our health is good, our damage is too low. It's fairly safe because you're ranged, of course, but it takes a really long time. With a mercenary from Act 5, this would look absolutely differently. Yes, it would. So if you are able to keep your mercenary alive, definitely check this out on your Throwbarb. I farmed this area myself in the previous season, but it does require you to have a mercenary that can deal with this. So I think that as for this showcase, the Throwbarb is definitely safe. I think I got hit once, but he does require a mercenary. You, in my opinion, you have no chance or no usefulness in farming this area unless you can keep your mercenary alive. You need that Might Aura for the extra damage. So I think with that, we can probably move on from here and check out some other areas. Yeah, I don't think I need to see any more of this. Short conclusion, let's just jump out here. Short conclusion, if you have a Throwbarb at this stage with random crap gear and you are around level 80, you want to farm cows, make sure that you make your mercenary strong enough to survive, because you do absolutely need that Might Aura to have enough damage to take them down. Obviously, if you have a Lacerator to give you amp damage, or you have an Atmos Amulet to give you amp damage, this will look different. But as for the purpose of this video, I wanted to show how this looks, and then you can translate this into the gear that you have on your character. Okay, we are in Trav. Rebuff here. Up with the Warcries. Let's see how this character fares in Travancore. What? Almost got a Crown of Ages. Oh snap, Crown of Ages couldn't drop here though. Let me just point that out. It absolutely could not drop here. But yeah. That was kind of funny. Okay, so you can see here, even without our mercenary, this is looking a bit more positive than the cows. We are taking a little bit of a beating though, because we managed to pull everything at once, just like we always do when we are trying to show something. So we had to do a bit of kiting here. But that's fine. So, as you can see here, this is well doable. even without your mercenary. Of course, if these things are gonna spawn stone-skinned, you are gonna have some issues. But this is well doable, and you can even orc these guys. So you can use find item on these right here. And yeah, this actually works quite well. Obviously, when we had to kite so much, the DPS isn't unbelievable. But I will say that at this stage, with terrible gear, this feels like a 5 out of 10 for this build. And you see, we kill the members like moderately fast. So with a mercenary here, this would be just fine. Okay, I have teleported myself to Chaos using Enigma, and I'm going to show you guys how the throw barb works in Chaos. As you can see here, his damage is actually not bad. It's going to go down, of course, when we have larger packs. But let's see how this fares. And to be fair, I'm quite surprised. I'm surprised that at this stage, without a mercenary, I can have this amount of damage. Because this is doable. Even though the damage is low, I feel like this is doable. I'm killing stuff, and I don't feel at danger at all. I don't feel at danger in any way. And the damage is quite good. You know, remember that we are doing this without a mercenary. And the mercenary will definitely increase your damage here. Let's go and take a look at the Sace. He's probably the hardest of the seal bosses. We don't like Decrepify. We don't like Decrep at all. But what could potentially end up happening here when you open the seal is that you could potentially get a little bit overrun, because they will always be with fanaticism. So it's gonna be a little bit strange. So obviously this one as well is immune to physical. You can't do anything about that. I don't think I took. I don't have any amplified damage to deal with that. But that's okay. You are gonna run into physical immunes sometimes, and you're just gonna have to leave them as is. Oh hell, we're getting mana burned. A lot. So your mercenary would normally deal with this because he has magic damage. The Act 5 mercenary, he has magic damage on his main ability, on his bash. So that guy would he take care of. We will see this build at a higher gear level, at a higher level, a little bit later. But right now I'm doing the early game builds. And I'm pleasantly surprised about the early game for this character.
Not enough mana.
I literally just ate a mana potion. What are you talking about, not enough mana? Alright, let's go and pick up a mana potion here. Or 5. And let's click the seal. And see what happens when we are fighting the Sace. So the Sace can be quite intimidating. particularly for melee characters and physical damage dealers. So we're gonna try to go a bit slow here so we don't get wrecked. Okay, he's not extra fast. That's gonna be a walk in the park. Just slap it down. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. And again, guys, keep in mind, this is without Might Aura from the Mercenary. I made a point out of showing these builds without the Mercenary, so that there is a high likelihood that your build is going to be even stronger than mine. So even this is a stone skin, this Ace. Mercenary would make short work of this guy if you have some decent gear on. So I'm pleasantly surprised, even if the Barb was said to have some nerfs for Season 4. The Barb is definitely, or actually I should say the Throw Barb is definitely still in a good place. I would say, compared to the other classes, this is probably a 6 out of 10. Very, very safe, solid damage, a bit susceptible to physical resistance, but if you can keep your Mercenary alive in Chaos, it's absolutely a viable place to farm with this character. Very, very pleasantly surprised over the Throw Barb and how strong it is even with the nerfs that it has received. But alright, we have rebuilt this a tiny bit. We're not going to test the Whirlwind build. The only thing we have changed is that we have picked up a regular Cryptic Axe Obedience, and we're going to see how this plays. The build is as follows: Max Whirlwind. We are also going to have Concentrate on our bar over here for potential physical immunes if you have a single physical immune that you need to kill. Masteries, we max the polearm because we have a polearm. You would go for general mastery if you make this in, for instance, a Colossus Sword, Colossus Blade, whatever you may find on your playthrough. But Cryptic Axe and Colossus Sword are the usual suspects, as they will max out at 5 sockets from Larzuk Quest. 1 in combat reflex, 1 in increased speed, 1 in Iron Skin for now, and 1 in natural res. There is some all resistance on this rune word. Even if we rolled the lowest amount, our resistances are still pretty good here. The rest is 1 point in find item. As I said before, you don't need to do this. I just like to have one, and then I just swap over to my my spirits, and I get about 30%. It's going to be 32 when Battle Command is active. And, you know, of course, if you have more plus skills in your gear, that's going to get even better. Max Battle Orders, Max Battle Command, and we dump the rest of the points in Iron Skin. As, again, I say, this is a build that is intended for hardcore. So let's see how this works. In the cow level, we have the cow level already open from the previous game. I might get slapped immediately here because I think I pulled the cows fairly close to the gate. So we're gonna do a quick little buff here before we run in. 2400 life. Switch to Whirlwind, and here we go. Yeah, that was a little scary. So short bursts of Whirlwind, guys. That's how you want to play this build. Try to stay away from the 2 elites. I think there's actually 2 elites in this pack. There we go. So when you kill the elite, you are pretty much free to do whatever you want. But let's find a more reasonable pack to see how this plays. So you just do short bursts of Whirlwinds like this. This is how you increase your DPS to the highest. And as you can see, the Whirlwind build, this is without Mercenary, guys. This is without Might Aura from your Mercenary. This guy is doing a lot of damage. So I think that, you know, obviously Whirlwind is not a extremely good AoE damage build. But I would say that even without the Mercenary, this is probably a 6 out of 10 score from me in the Ka level. And I think that if you are strong enough to have your Might Mercenary with this build, this would probably increase to a 8 out of 10. That is my guess. So Whirlwind Barb, even with crappy gear, is just fine. Alright, Travancore guys. Buff up, and here we go. Let me see how I will fare against these guys. Fairly well, I would say. It's a lot of fire damage. Pull some of them out. So just short bursts of Whirlwinds, and this absolutely seems to be working great. Very, very nice. Even if I'm running without the Mercenary now, this is well doable, even with this bad gear. So if you can have a Might Mercenary here, you should be able to murder this. Absolutely murder this. That was actually much more impressive than I thought. Trav for the Barb, considering that he also has Find Item, that's easily an 8 out of 10. Easy 8 out of 10 for me, for the Whirlwind Barb. Okay guys, we're in Chaos with the Whirlwind Barb. Same level, same crappy gear. And we're gonna see how this fares against some of the more nastier mobs and areas. So we have Fanaticism here. You have to use the outside kind of Whirlwind trick, where you kind of try to utilize the range of your weapon to kite the mobs out, so that you can kill them without taking too much damage. We are amped here, which is definitely not a good thing. Hoping that we will stay away from being amped. Alright, let's try the Sace. It's usually the most dangerous of the 3 mini-bosses. Do a quick rebuff. And hope that they're not extra fast. So we're gonna do the whole whirlwinding backwards thing here, where we kite them backwards so that they can't hit you, but you can hit them. And really utilize the range of your weapon. And that's all of them dead. I took 1 hit, and you see how hard they hit me just by getting hit once. So you really want to use this. It's like a backwards zigzag, like this. So you're pulling them towards you, but you're utilizing the range of your weapon to hit the ones at the front without them being able to hit you. Very nice trick to kill the Sace that way. Very safe, and you can stay away from his Fanaticism minions. But yeah, this is potentially even better than Chaos and Trav. I would say, as is, the Barb is probably a 7 out of 10 in Chaos, even without a Mercenary. If you can have a Mercenary, this is probably a 9 out of 10. It's going to be a very, very fast build. The Mercenary's Might Aura is very likely to allow you to one-shot monsters. Very, very strong build this season. Even at the level that we have here, you are perfectly capable of dealing with Chaos Sanctuary really, really fast. As far as I have seen thus far, this is stronger than the Throw Barb. I do not know how it's going to play out on higher level, but that's it for the low level or low geared Whirlwind Barb. And we're going to try the next build. So, it's time for the last of the 3 Barb builds that we're testing. We tested Throw Barb first, we tested Whirlwind Barb, and now we are on the Warcry Barb, as is the 3rd one we're testing from this class. Quickly on the build and the gear. Obviously, we are again going to be mercenary-less. I feel that is important. This build allows very, very low strength and dex, of course, because you're using crystal swords for your weapons. And I have a mage plate armor. So we have a lot of vitality on this build. The gear is as follows. We have 2 spirits. These need to roll 32 and 33 as a minimum. We have a myth, mage plate. We have a safety helmet. You can go for a lore here if you want to. But since we are catering for hardcore, I value this damage reduction here, even with the high health pool. We have a one skill here with a little bit of res, 10 FCR random gloves. We have some 10 FCR double res rings. We have 2 of those. A random double res 10 FCR belt, and we have the same boots as on the other build. Couldn't really be bothered to do this. And the same charms, exactly the same inventory here with random shit charms that we could potentially use. So let's take this to the cow level and let's see how it does. Alright, time for the cows. Let's jump in and buff up real quick. Cast rate here is amazing, of course. This is quite the kite with these elites, but we're gonna have to... Why am I not walking? Please walk. Okay, so... Get away from this elite that hits me so hard. So the damage of this build is not bad. You are going to have some of the same issues as the Kixin. Very, very loud character. We just needed to get through that. Listening to that is kind of rough. But let's... where is it? Battlecry. There is it. Okay. So let's try to pull a sensible pack and use the rotation where I don't have to run in a circle like a crazy person. And let's try to find a solid pack over there. So, you know, that's not bad. This absolutely works. There's another elite pack here, though, that we have to be a little bit careful of. Not sure. There we go. So yeah, and keep in mind again, guys, this is still without a mercenary. The major problem with this build, as you can see, is the lack of the mercenary. If you do have a mercenary that can stay alive, you definitely want to be here. Because the mercenary is going to allow you to stand still while the mercenary is tanking for you, and you can increase your DPS by a lot. But even so, when you have to run around like this, for me, I would say this build is a 4 out of 10 here in this area. Definitely would go with Insight for the damage reduction passive on the Defiance Mercenary. So Act 2 Defiance Mercenary with Insight would be my choice. I would go probably for safety helmet, safety armor, blood, gloves, belt, and boots for the starter of the gear. That would be the absolute best, I think, at this crappy level. Do we have another simple pack? Yeah, here we go. So as you can see, if you have small packs like this, I mean, you kill this fairly quickly, and you're not very much in risk of anything. So yeah, if you like the Warcry, I feel like the Warcry build is in a fairly good place right now. I don't mind this build at all. So for me, I would say without the Mercenary, this build is about a 4 out of 10 in this area, because you kind of need to kite. If you do have the Mercenary, this would probably be a 6 out of 10. At least maybe even a 7. So that being said, let's move on to Travancore. Alright, we're in Trav. Quick buff up here. And we are gonna see how this goes. I wanna just kill these things right here, just to be a little safer. Probably gonna try to not pull all of this at the same time. Probably doesn't like pulling too many of these at the same time. But the damage here is quite alright, actually. Not gonna lie. This is probably better than other builds. It's better than a lot of builds. But you know, it's not the best. Of course it's not the best. Particularly since I don't have maxed fire res. If I did have maxed fire res, it would be a lot easier. Oop. I get cursed. Alright, not bad. Not as quick as the Whirlwind Barb. And very, very noisy. I have to say. Very, very noisy. I'm taking a bit of a risk jumping in here, but YOLO, right? Well, that was I was about to expire there. There we go. Yeah, we're out of potions. So,
Greetings.
we have some what's it called? Wait, hang on. Need to buy more than one healing potion. There we are. So as I said on the other, particularly I think I was on the Assassin Guide, this build is quite reliant on Mercenary. Your damage is gonna be low if you need to kite, of course, because every time you take a step, that's frames where you're not casting damaging spells. So I would suggest, if you want to play this build, to make sure that you have a functioning Mercenary. Either that, or you're gonna need to use another character to find the gear that this character needs. Let's take a quick run to Chaos and take a look at what goes on there. So we have arrived in Chaos. I equipped an Enigma real fast and I just teleported my way in here. So let's do a rebuff. Let's go for the Sace. And let's see how this goes. So the collective damage here is not terrible, I would say. But these elites, they hit really hard. We are, on the other hand, able to do this. But I think this is going to echo what I said earlier in the guide. That at this gear level, if you cannot have a mercenary that can tank for you and supply you with a little bit of damage, this build becomes very inefficient. I would say that if you are dead set to play Warcry Barb, maybe you should level him as either Whirlwind or Throw. And then when you get a little bit of gear, mainly probably like a couple of Skillers or maybe a Heart of the Oak, something like that, you can transition into Warcries. But as a standalone build, played on only this build from level 1, I think that this is going to be particularly tough. I would say this is probably a 3 out of 10 in Chaos, maybe a 4 if you have a functioning mercenary. Let's try to kill the Sace. Let's see how that goes, because as you can see, our damage isn't that bad. We can pretty much deal with whatever comes our way here. It's just very inefficient when we need to start kiting. So whilst I do think this build is in a pretty good place in the end game, in the early game, just hitting 80 with the kind of crap that we're running around with here, it leaves wanting. And I would suggest you to either go Whirlwind or Throw. If you are dead set, make sure that you build a mercenary that can tank for you, and that's gonna increase your DPS quite a bit. Now let's see what we can do here. So we dealt with that pack fairly easily. And this Ace as well. No big deal. So as, again, I'm gonna repeat myself for a second time, or maybe even a third. I think this build is in a good place, it's just struggling with this bad gear. I think that if I were to play this build, I'd probably level up as Throw Barb, farm some gear with a Throw Barb, and then when I have a sufficient amount of plus skills, I would then transition into Warcries. And this is a solid build at a high level as well. So, it is time for the first of 3 Druid builds. As you see, as always in these early game tests, we are doing them mercenary less, no mercenary. Simply because there are a lot of people that are unfamiliar with the game, they are unexperienced, and maybe they don't have the gear or the mechanical skill to keep their mercenaries alive. And I want to show that you don't need to have a mercenary in all situations, and if you do have the mercenary, it's of course very easy to apply the fact that your build will be stronger than the one that I'm showing right here. The builds that I'm showing are quite low geared. We are around level 80 on all these builds, and we can take a look at the gear first. Nothing on swap, of course. We are playing a Spirit, Ancient's Pledge, random 1 skill Amulet. We have Lore, Stealth, some FCR gloves with res, 2 FCR rings, no, 1 FCR ring, pardon me. 1 ring with just 2 resistances, double res on the belt, and we have double res on the boots. The inventory is pretty much what you could imagine that you would have after you have reached level 80 and beaten the game. We have just some random stuff, life, some poison res, light res, life and mana, some hit recovery, and pretty much just garbage across the board. And the build is quite simple. 1 point in Gust, nothing in shape, max the main summons, and dump in Heart of the Wolverine. So this is an early game build. Later on, when you get higher levels, better gear, I would eventually recommend to have enough points in Gust to have the 0.5 second teleport. But for now, we're going to be happy to just have teleport at all. So I do summon all my creatures right here, and let's go. My prediction is that this is going to be fairly smooth, because obviously you have all these creatures tanking for you, and you can just focus on resummoning anything that dies. So yes, it's very, very smooth. Nothing very difficult going on here, but this is, of course, it's a summoning character in the early stages. The damage isn't fantastic, but you're very safe, super, super safe, and you have no problem pulling these packs with elites, with champions. Everything is gonna be just fine, and the summons will take care of everything for you. So you just stand back, watch them cleave everything down, particularly the bears. They do splash damage, so they're quite strong. And the only thing you need to do is keep resummoning the ravens. So this is, it's very, very nice. It's not the fastest build by any means, but this is definitely doable. And of course you can imagine having a mercenary with Might Aura here would be quite the buff. So for me, saying, you know, how simple this build is, how safe it is, the fact that we can do this without having a mercenary. For cows, I would say the Summon Druid is easily a 7 out of 10. Easily, for me. Super, super easy build to play. It also very, very safe, particularly for hardcore. And this is just... yeah, it takes a minute, it does. It's not super high DPS, but it doesn't need to be. It really doesn't need to be, because they deal with it. And this is very, very chill, no stress. This plays very similarly as a summoning Necromancer. But yeah, 7 out of 10. Even a Sharkskin Belt, that's Mavinas. 7 out of 10 for cows, for me, for the Summon Druid build. Solid, solid build, not the fastest, but gets the job done, and will be even more powerful with a okay mercenary. An Act 5 mercenary with Might. So let's check out how we are doing in Trav. So we're in Travancore and recast our shields. We can just teleport here. This is probably gonna be a little rough. There's a lot of stuff here to clear out. So let's do that. Trying to just put the units on top of everything here. It's a very, very crowded, very crowded Trav. Normally it's not this crowded, but you know, we're gonna have to deal with that. Just gonna have to deal with that. And as in cows, just super safe, super solid. Not the fastest, but it gets the job done. Even got a rare ring over here. So for the level of convenience this build is, how simple this build is to play, and how easy it clears, I would say for Travancore, this is. Let's not go too hard here. Let's go 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 for Travancore. Very, very strong Summon Druid in this place, and very, very safe, particularly for hardcore, of course, and a super solid character to play in a group. Okay, we have arrived in Chaos. Just quickly teleported myself to Diablo with using an Enigma here. You know, obviously you wouldn't do that, but to showcase what we're doing, We are gonna go on the Sace side. He's usually the toughest of them. And let's just bunch these guys. Oh wait, let me map the Gust, but put these where they are supposed to be. So this is, it's echoing Chaos, it's echoing Travancore. It's just super, super solid. No risk whatsoever. You're standing in the back, talking to your chat, having lunch, being on the phone with your partner, it doesn't matter. This build is very laid back, very, very easy to play. It's a super, super good build for like entry level into Diablo 2. If you have a friend or a partner that is trying to start playing the game, this is a very, very good build because it's so safe. Particularly if said person wants to play hardcore. So yeah, you're just gonna go through the motions here. The wave of death, even without the mercenary, this wave of death is just gonna culminate in beating up everything. And you can imagine that if you have a functioning Might mercenary, this damage is gonna be multiplied by quite a bit. So for me, in Chaos, I would say putting heavy emphasis on safety and not so much emphasis on clear speed, I would say this is an 8 out of 10. Very, very strong build for this historically quite difficult area. But with the Summon Druid, it's just a walk in the park. And you know, the most difficult wave, the Sace wave, telestomp him after you kill the wave, it is just game over for this dungeon. Yeah, absolutely fantastic build for early game because it's so safe. I cannot praise this build enough. I do have quite a bit of experience on this build. I played this build in the first season of Project Diablo 2, and if you want to take a look at the gear that I had at the end of the season, that is available on my Twitch account. And let's go to the cows. Now, before that, let me show you what we have changed. We can open the cow level here, and let me show you what we have changed. The gear is exactly the same. We haven't changed anything with the gear. We're still running at the 68 FCR, so the 70 cast rate total, 68 FCR breakpoint. And we have exactly the same gear as for the Summon Druid build that you have just seen. And we chose to go with the lore. I know that many people probably will find a Druid helmet here at this point, but it's unlikely that you're going to find a Druid helmet with, for instance, Fissure, which is the main damage spell that you have. So we chose to go with the lore, and if you have anything better, that's great. Then you will do a little bit better than I do in this guide. And continue to do it mercenary less, of course. So let's head over there. We're going to summon our Oak Sage, and we're going to summon our Bear. Here is the build. Nothing in shape. Summoning, we have 1 in Bear and 1 in Oak Sage. Elemental, 1 in Gust. Max Armageddon, Max Fissure, Max Molten Boulder, Max Firestorm, and then we're dumping in a Volcano. You will obviously be able to max this Volcano with higher levels. So let's check out the cow level and see how it goes. So as you can see here, the Fire Druid is he's getting the job done. So this would probably be as you can. Oh, we have a elite here. All right. Magic resistant elite. And we forgot to cast Armageddon. That's not good. So let's kill this Molten Boulder. It does have a physical damage element in Molten Boulder, making it so much easier to, to clear these. Alright, let's do that without screwing up. And as you can see, the build works just fine. The thing is with the Fire Druid that you pretty much confine yourself to this area. Because the other areas that we have been talking about in many of my guides is, of course, Travancore, which is exceptionally good for runes, but also Chaos Sanctuary. But Chaos Sanctuary and Travancore, they are both heavy on fire resist. So this is what I meant when I said before, we're gonna do things a little bit differently on the Druid here. As you can see, we are doing quite well in the cow level with a Fire Druid. Let me just do a quick another pull over here, and you guys can see for yourselves. The damage is quite nice, even with terrible gear. So you should not have any problems dealing with the cow level with a Fire Druid, and this is also without a Mercenary. So the Mercenary will, of course, help you a lot, and I think that almost regardless of what gear you have, considering what we have shown earlier in this guide, the cow level should easily be a 6 to 7 out of 10 for the Fire Druid. Now, I mentioned it a few seconds ago, Fire Druid is going to be almost inefficient or ineffective at Trav and at Chaos, simply because there's too many fire immunes. So I'm actually going to do the different thing here from the other builds. I'm going to respec to Wind to show you real quick how the Wind Druid would fare. Alright, we have respec. We have exactly the same gear. Plus 3 skills, the rest is just random rares and a couple of rune words here. The build is now nothing in shape. Elemental, we have 1 point in Gust. We have Hurricane, Tornado Twister, and Arctic Blast. On the summoning, I have 1 point in Grizzly, and then we dump everything in the Oak Sage. So I have my Sage and my Spirit out. No, my Bear and my Spirit out. And we are still Mercenary-less. Up with this, and let's go see how we can do. So let's start with the Twister. And Twister is, as you can see, not the best AoE spell, but it does get the job done, you know, moderately. I do think, though, that for the low gear level that we have, you're probably better off with spamming Tornado. The Tornado is just more... It's just more efficient at the bad gear levels. It does get the job done a lot better. There's a 5-socket Cryptic Axe for those who were wondering if you could get a Obedience on day 1. That was the first Hell Cow pull. So yeah, this build, I would say that it's slightly worse than the Fire build for particularly cows, and I think that if you do plan to play Fire Druid, you're probably going to confine yourself to the cow level. As we mentioned earlier in the guide, there are too many immunities in other areas. We do have some amplified damage going on there. That's not so great. But we're still doing it. Kite this around and just take it down. You're going to run into that situation, so you're going to have to learn to deal with amplified damage. Alright, not bad. That thing is goner. So, yeah, I would say the Fire Druid is probably better than the Wind Druid here in the cows. The only issue with the Fire Druid is that you do confine yourself to the cows, because he is very, very inefficient at both Travancore and Chaos. But we're going to take this Wind build to both Trav and Chaos, and I'm going to show you how Wind does in those areas. Alright, Wind Trav. As I said before, we do juggle between Tornado and Twister over here, but I feel like at this this bad gear as we have now, Twister is not really efficient, and particularly for these units that we are about to kill here. They have a lot of health, they do have some resistances, so I would try my best to hit these down with Tornado. So let's see how this goes. This should be doable without too much trouble. I'm just going to try to pull these backwards a little bit. Definitely don't want to pull them all at the same time. So when the bear dies, or actually just before the bear dies, you want to try to summon a new one. So as you can see, definitely get the job done. This would be completely undoable on the Fire Druid. Absolutely undoable. Because he is so susceptible to fire resistance, of course, until you have Infinity. So if you want to farm Trav, if you want to farm a little bit more diverse areas, I think that the Wind Druid is probably the one to go for. Oh, we had a close call there. Oh, I have this. But yeah. I would say Fire Druid in Trav is probably a 1 out of 10, if not a 0. You would need an extremely strong mercenary with either Infinity or very high physical damage if you want to farm Trav with a Fire Druid. The same goes for Chaos. So that's a 1 out of 10 in the early game. Absolutely undoable. And if you want to play Fire Druid, stick to the cow level until you have your Infinity. And if you want to farm a more diverse form of areas, you have seen it now. He's 6 out of 10 in cows. I would say he's also probably 6 out of 10 in Trav. And we're going to take a quick run in Chaos now, and you will see how he does there.
Greetings.
Alright, we arrived in Chaos. Let's try Twister again. And Twister here seems a lot better, because these targets have significantly less health than both Cows and Travancore. So Twister is much better here than it is in the other two areas. So you see it's not overwhelming yet with only +3 skills, but it does get the job done. So I do like the Wind Druid in this area, absolutely, and he also deals with these lower health monsters like the Doom Knights and the Ghosts. It just has a little bit of issue with these Venom Lords. So if you swap to Tornado on the Venom Lords, you're gonna be a little bit more successful, I would say. Excuse me, guys. All right, let's go for the seal. And let's see if we can just plow these down with Twister. And goes to show, we actually can. Twister, pretty good. Deals also with the Sace. This is also, again, very important for me to point out. We are mercenary-less. We have no mercenary to help us. This is actually one of the better builds that I have tried in Chaos Sanctuary. I would say that as is, with 3+ skills, this is the only plus skills we have. We are level 80, we have garbage gear across the board. This is a 8 out of 10 without a mercenary. If you can put this build in Chaos with a mercenary, this is going to be a 9 out of 10. It's going to be one of the best builds to clear chaos. I'm very, very impressed with the early game Wind Druid. But that's going to be it for the Wind Druid, and we are going to try one of the melee builds. So we have Respect. We chose to go for the FireClaw Rare. With help of my chat, as I am not very experienced with this build, we're going to test how this looks on a low gear level. We have 1 point in Grizzly and Oak Sage. You can choose to skip this if you don't want it, but I choose to go with that. In Shapeshift, we have 1 point in Werebear. Increasing this was told to me by the chat. It doesn't really do anything more than give you defense, and we don't really care about that. We max Lysanthropy, and we max Fireclaws, which is going to be our main attack. In Elemental, we use the Armageddon, of course. That's going to be able to be cast while you're in bear form. Next synergy is Molten Boulder, as you can see from here. We have Lysanthropy here, Molten Boulder, Armageddon, and then we dump the remainder of the points in Firestorm. And seeing the levels here, what we have, the plus skills, and the level we have, this build is actually, you can max it out with getting 20 hard points in Firestorm. So, let's summon our creatures. I can spawn them from bear form, as you can see. And let's go. We can also cast Armageddon in bear form, and let's see what happens. Oh, this is Conviction over here. That's kind of nasty. Try to not get surrounded. That's a bad trick. But this Conviction guy was rough. Oh, the bear absolutely slaps, but he did not like getting faced with Conviction, I can tell you that for free. So as long as we can find one of these and line up some DPS, we're all good. We're all good. But he doesn't have the survivability in the early game to actually tank this. It's too much for him. So you can see here, we're just getting slapped. So we have to be very careful. So we need to kite this to get it out. I want to try how this works with a sensible pull, because this pull was just way too big. A little bit better now. Stand and tank a little there. But yeah, as you can see, this is probably a very, very tough build to play early on. It seems like he is quite dependent on gear. You know, even though we don't really have any gear right now, it's pretty much a glass cannon, it feels like. I would say this does feel like a glass cannon right now. Very high damage, but also very, very squishy. So there we are. Let's grab that rejuve. And that healing potion. And we're good to go. So this is a more sensible pack, and you see here, we just get slapped. This build early on, compared to the other Druid builds, it's a no-go. He is very, very cool, hits super fast. No block, no FHR, no armor. Like, you simply don't have the defensives with early game gear and level 80 to go to the cows. And obviously, this is fire damage. You're not going to be viable to be in Trav or Chaos either. So this is a 1 out of 10 for the cows. It's probably possible to do it, but it would take too long. Running in circles, kiting with Armageddon, pulling 3 or 4 cows. I'm not saying that this build is necessarily bad at a high level. I think this is a very, very good build at give him 10 more levels, 15 more levels, and invest 50 high runes in him. He's going to be super, super strong. But at a budget level, Fire Druid is a no-go. This is a 1 out of 10 with bad gear. Yes, I can teleport in real life, Jolene. I mean, I can show you if you want to. So the way that it usually goes is that you go like up, and now we have water. So, you know, it's kitchen and back real quick. Okay, guys, it's time for the Amazon. And the first build we're going to try from the Amazon is, of course, the Lightning's Fury Javelin. We are going to touch quickly on the poison jabs. Kind of for the same reason as the Fire Druid. Fire Druid doesn't really do well in Trav and Chaos. And it's pretty much the same thing with Lightning's Fury early on. So we're going to stop and do... we're going to do poison for those so you guys can see how it works. For that, let me just go through the gear and the build real quick. No Mercenary, as usual. The gear is... we have a crafted caster Javelin over here. Lore 1 to Amazon with some res, rhyme, peace, some rare gloves. We have some rare rings over here, just the crap that you come across. And some random inventory that you are likely to have around level 80. The build is it's a little bit tailored for the low level. You will see that over here. We have maxed Valkyrie. Valkyries are fairly strong, and I definitely suggest when you are this low level with the Javelin to max Valkyries. The combination with Peace to get an extra Valkyrie is also very nice, because now we can have 3 Valkyries. And they actually are quite helpful when it comes to tanking up stuff, particularly in the cow level. Let's continue with the build. So we have 1 point in everything, max Valkyrie. We have nothing in bow. For Javelins, you max Lightning's Fury, Lightning Bolt, and Power Strike. I know that you can get more damage on Power Strike if you choose to go Lightning Strike with your dump points, but I think that boosting your Pierce this early on is probably more DPS. You can see you can get your chance to Pierce quite high even without Razor Tail. So that being said, we're going to take this build to the cow level, and we're going to do like a super quick showing of both Trav and Chaos, because they're both crap. And then we're going to jump on the poison jabs afterwards. But first of all, let's go to the cow level, and let's see what we can do there. So it's important to get these Valkyries over here. You see, the Valkyries are doing a really, really good... I'm not DPSing. I am not DPSing, by the way. This is all Valkyries. So as you can see, these guys can stay alive, they can do damage. Absolutely go for Valkyries when you are in the low level. So if we supply with my damage, even though my damage is, or my attack speed is kind of slow, this is pretty good. If one dies, obviously respawn it. So yeah, this is absolutely doable with the Javelins on. Obviously, with this bad gear and with no attack speed, you are going to struggle a little bit. There is, but you know, you have to start somewhere, right? And the power strike is pretty nice. Javelin struggles to be able to open cows. Why? But who says you have to play through hell in single player? Or I mean, alone. Play with a group. And even so, when you reach hell, you're just gonna run through everything. You don't need to kill everything. I think that's the biggest mistake that people make, is that they have this notion in their head that when I enter a zone, I have to kill everything before I leave. So you end up running into lightning immunes and standing there for 20 minutes while your mercenary is killing it, instead of just running past to go where you need to go. But that being said, the Lightning's Fury is, of course, working just fine in the cow level. I would say this build in the cow level is probably a 7 out of 10. It feels really nice. You're quite safe standing on range. You have the canopy frozen. You have a reasonable chance to block because you have so high dexterity as well. And you could potentially boost your dexterity even more to get a little bit higher block if you're on hardcore. Our resistances are like straight down the middle. So yeah, this is working really well. We're gonna move on to do a very short segment of Trav and Chaos, because I know that it doesn't work because of the immunities there. But I'm gonna show you real quick what that looks like, because you can in a way rely on your Valkyries, but it's gonna be super slow. But let's take a look at how that looks now. Okay, we are in Trav. I know that this is terrible on the Javelin, but I want to show you guys what it looks like real quick. If I can get the Valkyries to move up. So as you can see, just clearing these units right here is not it's not that difficult, because the Valkyries are quite strong. The problem comes when you get these lightning immunes and they're running everywhere. You can't really control your Valkyries outside of just resummoning them. It's very difficult to have a reasonable clear speed here. You can absolutely do it as a one-time thing when you're playing through the game. So you can clearly see that we are doing it. It's just very slow, and because you don't have any control over your units. So it's quite risky. It's very slow. It works. As I mentioned, it does work for like a one-off. You can definitely use this build to play through the game, and you can beat this using the Valkyries. But I would not recommend farming this area with the Lightning Fury Amazon. It's simply too slow. Other areas are gonna be much faster, and it's gonna give you much better much better return on your time investment. So yeah, we are finally finished, as you can see with Trav here. It took a really long time, and I knew that it was going to be bad, but I just wanted to show you. And this is going to echo in Chaos as well. I don't feel a need to show you what Chaos is going to feel like, because it's going to be the same. So that's going to be it for the Lightning, for the Javelin here. I highly suggest, if you do play Lightning's Fury, stick to the cow level until you have your Infinity, and then you can go anywhere else. So just trade anything you find, uniques, charms, doesn't matter. Trade it for runes and make your Infinity as soon as you can.
GL.
So yeah, let's jump over on the Poison Jabs, and we're gonna do a couple of quick areas on her. So, we have quickly respect. We have exactly the same gear. Nothing has changed from the gear that we showed on the Lightning's Fury, but we have changed to a Poison build. So you want to max Javelin and Spear, Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin. I have 1 point in everything except maxing Valkyrie, and nothing in Bow, of course, and then I dump all remaining points in Pierce. So this build is also pretty straightforward. It's only a 60 point in the main tree investment, or I guess 63 points because of the synergies here. And then you go with the Valkyries for the early game. You can skip Valkyries later on, but for the early game, I think Valkyries are pretty nice. So let's test out how this works. Okay, so we have our build. Let's jump into the cow level and see what happens. So, as you can see, this also works. I feel like this is slightly worse than Lightning's Fury. The damage seems a little bit lower, but you can definitely play this build if you like it. No problems whatsoever. But as a immediate reaction to the damage, it feels like it is a little bit weaker than Lightning's Fury at this early stage. But you know, let's not kid ourselves here. This is still pretty good. Not gonna lie, this still works really well. Do one more pull here. Just remember to keep your Valkyries up. We have actually quite a few elites, and we're dealing with the elites just fine. Actually, I'm starting to like this probably as equal as the Lightning's Fury, to be honest. I probably want to give this a 7 out of 10 for the Poison Jabs in the cows. This is, in my opinion, now that I played a little bit more with it, I would say that Poison Jabs is equally strong to Lightning's Fury in cows. Let's take a look at Travancore. Alright, time for Trav. Let's see how the Poison Javelin is doing here. I need to wait for my Valkyries. Just running over here, dotting everything up. There we go. So this is a lot better, as you can see. This is actually not bad at all when it comes to farm speed. I would much prefer Poison Javelin as a Travancore farming Amazon than Lightning's Fury. So the Valkyries are tanking just fine here. Just gather them up, keep your poison damage on all the targets. And even this quite rough Travancore here. We did reasonably well. I like this build more in Trav, by quite the margin actually. I would say that on the Lightning's Fury, I wouldn't even go here. It takes too long. It's not worth it. On this build, on the Poison, you can actually do it. I would say Lightning's Fury, with the build that we tried before, this is probably a 3 out of 10 area when it comes to what you get back for your time investment. On this build, probably looking at a 6. It's a little awkward that you can't teleport to reposition your Valkyries. They kind of run a little bit all over the place. But this is probably a 6 out of 10. And in my opinion, well worth farming if you do choose to go with a Poison Javelin. So far, I think because of the whole the difference in Trav, the Poison Javelin in the early game is probably slightly stronger than the Lightning's Fury. Equal in the cow level, but you open up the ability to do Trav if you do play Poisons. Lightning's Fury is absolutely not capable of farming Chaos at all without Infinity. So in the early game, you don't want to go there. But we're going to go there with the Poison Jabs and see how that goes. We have arrived at Chaos. I'm going to show you guys how it feels to play the Poison Jabs right here. We're going to go for the Sace. The Sace is usually the toughest of the mobs. So let's just head over there. So all this, you know, the casters, the Stormcasters here, they have very low health. They wouldn't be any problem to deal with. There are some mobs in here. These guys, no, not these guys, the other guys. They have pretty high health. You can see that it takes a minute to kill them. But this isn't bad. This is actually not bad at all. And the Valkyries are doing a really good job soaking up damage. They're standing in front of you, they're soaking up shots, all this stuff. So the Poison Javelin is doing quite decent in Chaos as well. Bolts, so my first rare bolts. Ooh, snap. It's a little scary with the extra fast the Sace pack there, but we make the best of it, and you know, just spam our Valkyries if they die. Make sure that you don't get hit, and yeah, we got it. Not too bad, honestly. I would say that this is one of the better performing builds I have tested so far in Chaos Sanctuary. I want to see if I can find anything immune to poison here. As far as I remember, I don't think there is anything immune to poison. Unless, you know, obviously one of the seal bosses spawn immune to poison. That can happen. Is there any of the skills that is pure single target? I thought all of it was like basically AoE. Yeah, there is rare bolts in the game, like in PoE and PoD. It was introduced before this season. So yeah, whilst it's not extremely fast, it's definitely much better than what a Lightning's Fury Javelin will be able to do at this stage of the game.
I need
So let's just take a look at Infector. Yeah, Infector is not immune either, so I suspect he's gonna die fairly quickly here. Just have to be on top of respawning your Valkyries when they're about to go down, because they do take a lot of damage here. That's natural when they when you only have thus much plus skills. But yeah, absolutely able to farm in Chaos. And I think that's probably the toughest pack. So for me, I would say Lightning's Fury is probably looking at a 6 to 7 out of 10. No, Lightning's Fury. Lightning's Fury is terrible. Lightning's Fury is... that's the previous build. That was about probably 2 out of 10 in Chaos. I'm saying that from experience. I didn't actually show you guys here because it's so bad. Don't even go to Chaos with the Lightning's Fury on if you don't have Infinity. But the Poison Jabs that we are showing off now, I would say that this is a easy 6, maybe even 7 out of 10 for clearing. It's not going to be the fastest, of course. Nothing is going to be the fastest with the crappy gear that we have here. But as I said before, comparing Lightning's Fury and Poison Jabs in the 3 most desired areas to farm in the early game, so Chaos, Travancore, and the cow level, for the early game, I think I will recommend actually going Poison Jabs. I like the Lightning's Fury better personally, but Poison Jabs is performing better at this point. And you can always respec later. So that's going to be it for the Javelin, and we're going to jump over to the Boazon. Time for the Boazon. This is a build that I haven't played a lot because it's absolutely terrible in Lord of Destruction and in Resurrected, because it's, you know, it's the same game. But in Project Diablo 2, the Boazon is quite decent. Let's quickly go over the gear changes from the Javelin. So we kept boots, rings, and belt. And then, oh, and the amulet, of course. And then we crafted a pair of blood gloves. We crafted a, what is that, vampiric helmet. And we use treachery and harmony. So the reason why we're using this is because we want it to be as farmable as possible. If we start going with like uniques and like crafted stuff, a lot of that stuff relies on RNG, whilst this is pretty much farmable. The same goes for the helmet and the gloves. Obviously, you're not going to get the same stats necessarily, but if you get mana leech on something, if you don't get it on the gloves or the helmet, you can get it on a ring. And then you can get life leech. You can craft yourself some blood boots if you don't have life leech over here. So you can always make that work. And the harmony is fairly simple. It's just a co-rune basically. The rest can be farmed on Nightmare Countess. And it's the same here with the Lem rune. So the inventory is the same, exactly the same. And the build is 0 in javelins. We have 1 point in guided, maxing multi-shot and magic arrow. And then in the passives, we have 1 in each of the smallies over here, maxing Valkyrie for the early game as well. We take Pierce to 75%. This is where the points get really expensive to invest for only a tiny increase. The same with Crit. We take that to 50%. And then we dump the rest of the points in Penetrate. So we have a cow level that we're going to do in a couple of seconds. So sit tight and I will be there in a moment. Alright, we're going to try a cow level with this build. Just summon the portal, and we can only have 2 Valkyries now, of course, because we're not playing with Peace over here. So yeah, multi-shot, and magic and guided arrow over here. Let's see how this goes. I wish I had some cold damage, maybe. Cold damage would be useful. So as you can see, we are doing it. Is it fast? No, it is not. So this is the multi-shot spam. It's what you can. It's what you can expect from the multi-shot. Let's jump over to guided arrow and try to see if we can find something to shoot with guided arrow. Or you see here is the magic arrow. It splits off into 3, but it's not very effective on these mobs right here. The multi-shot seems to be working much better. Even though the damage is not super high on this either, it does seem to be working a little bit better. And then in combination with the Valkyries, it's not too bad. Is the Javelins better? Yes. Definitely, particularly in the early game. But this is well doable. I would say, let me see, we have some extra fasts going on over here. Let's see how we can do with the elite. Where's the elite? There he is. Respawn that thing. I can't target the elite all of a sudden. Oh, there he is. There. So this is 22 points in magic arrow. It's not overwhelming, but it can definitely get it done. This is also stone skin, so I reckon the Valkyries are not doing that much damage to this thing. But as you can see, this is quite rough for the Boazon at this gear level. Now, our gear isn't amazing. We don't even have a mercenary right now. So if you have a mercenary that you can keep alive, obviously you're gonna do better. But I just want to show at the absolute lowest amount of gear, how does this feel like to play? And I would say thus far the cow level feels like maybe a 4 out of 10 for the Boazon. I think I gave both the Javelin builds a 7 out of 10. So the Javelin builds do feel quite a bit better to play. Let's head over to Travancore. Okay, time for Travancore. We have the multi-shot and the magic arrow and guided over here. So let's see how this goes. Where are these? Oh, what the hell happened to my Valkyries? They just gave up on life. Hello? Why are my Valkyries standing still for? That's annoying. That's very annoying. But okay. Clear that out. Get rid of these side mobs here. But I mean, as you can see already, before we have even pulled the council. This is not very impressive. Not gonna lie. And now we have conviction here as well. And the units, they get pretty much wrecked here. probably gonna have to go with guided arrow to even have enough single target DPS. Let's jump up again.
Greetings.
Get some mana potions, resummon our Valkyries. But you can see it already. At this gear level, this build is not very well equipped to deal with Travancore. The damage is too low, and the survivability of your tanks without much plus skills is also questionable. And of course you also have the everlasting returning Boazon problem of not having resistances because you don't have a shield. So yeah, we have basically dealt with half of the council, and we have taken, what, 5 minutes? So while you can see that you can definitely complete this in your playthrough, if you are, you know, you're looking to play through the game, you can definitely play through the game with the bows on. I can do this, it just takes a really long time. So besides that fact, you know, there is nothing saying that you can't do this, but you probably shouldn't be farming it. This is definitely not a 0 out of 10. I will say this is probably a 2 out of 10. Because it's doable. 1 out of 10 would be kiting to lower Kurast, and then 0 out of 10 is undoable. Basically, if you have a school of magic that is immune, cannot use. So I think we're landing on that. I don't really feel the need to complete this. Well, we got some cold and lightning rest boots with 40 run walk. Okay, that's an honest upgrade. We're gonna take that. Thank you very much. Is this angelic? Nope, it's not. So yeah, 2 out of 10 for Trav. Boson this early on, not equipped to deal with Travancore as a farming area. You can beat it, but you probably should not farm it. So let's check out Chaos. Alright, we are in Chaos, guys. We are attempting to clear this out. And it is rough. Some of these mobs, they have really high health. It is very, very rough. You can definitely do this. I'm pretty much gonna echo what I said about Travancore. With this low gear, you can definitely play through the game, but you probably don't want to be farming here. Because you can see that we are doing it, we're killing it, we're not really in danger, but it just takes forever. So, from what I've seen, I would say this build is probably a 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10. Yeah, 3 out of 10 is probably fair for Chaos. We are going to move towards the Says, of course. I'm not going to cut you guys short. I know that you want to see how it fares. But it's not going to be great. I would say either a 3 or a 4 for this build so far in Chaos. And it's just because of lack of damage. Like, obviously, you're missing the Mercenary here. So if you have the Mercenary with a Might Aura that can assist you, then, and you can keep it alive, obviously you're going to do a lot better than this. So you have to translate this into what you are playing. But for the gear level I have, I would say this is a 3 out of 10. Oh, both the Valkyries got flattened. But I don't. That's the thing, though, Tom. I don't think there is any major difference between strafe and like guided arrow. I think the Boazon is just underwhelming with this gear in the early game. I don't think that it really matters what you do. I think the takeaway from this is probably that you should be leveling as javelins, either of the Lightning's Fury or Poison Javelin build, and swap to bows when you have a little bit of gear. Because I can't see any of those builds being any worse than this. Both of the Javelin builds are significantly better than this. And also the fact that you don't have amplified damage. You could put 1 point, I guess, in Freezing Arrow if you want to do that. But it's not the purpose of the guide video either. It's basically just to give a rough estimate of what you what you can expect if you choose to roll this, because the majority of the like the big problem for people, most people that are not experienced enough with the game, that they can like figure things out themselves, is that they want to know what the build feels like before they pick their character. They want to know how strong it is, because there's so many people that come to my stream almost every day and like, oh, what's the best build to do this with? Well, I mean, that doesn't really have an answer, does it? Because it's going to depend on so many variables, like how good are you at the game, how experienced are you with the game. There's so many things that comes into play if you're asking me what is the best, or what would you do, blah blah blah, things like this. So I think it's very good to show that the Boazon is going to struggle, and not say that, well, you can use 7 different abilities and then you can make it work. Well, an experienced player could be able to do that, right? But for someone who is not experienced, maybe is either returning to the game or trying the game for the first time, that wouldn't be the case. I actually dealt with the Says pack a little bit easier than I thought. But yeah, the stone skin here, of course, it's not helping anyone, particularly when we don't have amplify damage in our build yet. Yeah. I say, I actually gonna upgrade this 1 tier. I'm gonna say Boazon in Chaos 4 out of 10. It was slightly better than what I feared when I was trying Trav. So 4 out of 10 for this build with this early game gear. And we're gonna jump over to the Fend build. Okay, we're here with the Fendzon, guys. The Fendzon. Never ever in my life played this build before. I just had one of my viewers that has played this build for a really long time, and want to check it out. It's probably gonna run into the same problems as the Zealot, the same problem as the Kixin, where it's just underwhelming at a early level. We found Nat's boots in the previous run that we did here, so we obviously have equipped those, so we have strength for that, and then we have dex for our crafted weapon. Everything else in vitality. So the gear is pretty much what you had on the Boazon and Javazon combined. We're using the rhyme from the Javazon. Treachery for the attack speed, and we have the blood helmet and gloves. No, wait, vampiric helmet and blood gloves for some leech and physical damage. The same item, or the same charms and smaller items like the rings, as you have seen before. The build is nothing in bows. max jab, spear mastery, and fend. And then in passive, you have 1 in everything, max Valkyrie. I take critical strike to about 45, and then put the rest of the points in penetrate. So I don't know how this is going to go, particularly without a mercenary. You know, obviously with a mercenary that has might aura, this would be, I would guess that this would be a lot better. So it might be so that you need to have a might mercenary that can survive for this build to actually be viable. But we're going to find out in just a few seconds. Alright, here we have it. First pack.
No.
Well, surprisingly, we are killing stuff. Okay, I'm a little shocked. It's not amazing, of course, but you know, what do you expect with the gear that we have? Yeah, that was my kind of like conclusion as well. It's not ass, like it's not completely terrible. You can actually do stuff with it. Now jab has less damage. Is there any reason to use jab that I'm not aware of? I mean, we're killing it. Let's we have both here. Let's pull another pack and then let's see. Kind of a whoa, we kind of pulled a bit too much here. You are right. Jab seems to be doing higher DPS because it hits a lot faster. And so we can also leech back our missing health much faster, right? And mana, for that matter. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised. I think that this actually works better than both Kixin and Zealot. That's very surprising to me. With similarly bad gear. And no mercenary. Like, imagine adding a might mercenary to this. Like, doubling your jab damage? Or like maybe 50% more jab damage with a might mercenary that can also DPS? I'm very surprised. This build did a lot better than I thought it would. Well, we might get one shot here, because there's a curse. But that just mowing them down. Actually, I'm very surprised with this build. Like, don't get me wrong, this is still slow, right? This is still slow. But this works better than both Zealot and Kixin in the early game. I'm extremely surprised. This is a 4 out of 10 for me. Even 5. This is even like this is like 4 to 5 out of 10. This is actually, you can actually farm here with this build. Imagine if you have a mercenary that can stay alive, helping you DPS and giving you that might aura. I'm very surprised by this build. I'm absolutely very surprised by this build. Let's test out Travancore I think Trav might be a bit crazy, because you will probably get cursed there. There's a lot of elemental damage. Our resistances aren't great, but we're gonna try. Okay. After the shocker in the cow level, we are here in Trav, and we're gonna see how this performs. I am a little bit worried about our lack of resistances. But let's see what happens. We have to try to pull these semi-separately at least. So that's the Fend, that's the jab. I mean, it's melting. Absolutely melting. That was, of course, not with amp on. I found some Saigon's gloves. Let's pull some more. Like again, I have to specify though. This is not fast, but this is not like I have said with some other builds, a 1 or a 2 out of 10 in Trav. You can actually farm this, and particularly if you manage to build a mercenary to give you might aura that can stay alive, it's actually doable. Yeah, I was expecting this build to be beyond trash. To be absolute trash is what I expected this to be. But this is actually giving me a really nice surprise. This build is substantially better at bad gear levels than I thought. Oh, this guy is... Put both of them over here. The Holy Freeze is obviously no bueno. Yeah, this is a Fend jab zone. And it's actually working. I'm so surprised that this is working. It's slow. Don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna say that this is the best build ever. It definitely isn't. But this is working a lot better than I thought. Yeah, I think the biggest thing you can take away from this is actually how strong this is without a mercenary. The fact that you can actually kill stuff without the mercenary. And getting a mercenary that can stay alive isn't that difficult. And then you will have the might aura on top of this. So obviously this took like 2 minutes, maybe even a little bit more, but we actually cleared it. Like, I'm not going to give this build more than a 4 out of 10, but the idea that I had when I started this build, that this was going to be like a 1 or a 2, it dealt with both cows and Trav in a reasonable way. It wouldn't be impossible to run this character as your only character. You can make it work. But now, let's see how we do in Chaos. Alright, Chaos Sanctuary, Fend jab zone. We have already been quite surprised by this build in both Cows and Travancore. Immune to Physical is no bueno. No bueno. We're gonna have to either wait for the Valkyries to deal with this, and or we just summon new ones over here. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think, and it does feel like the damage from Fend hits in a slightly bigger cone than Jab does. That was that me or was that desync? I'm not sure. Could have been me. Welcome to the barbecue. Front row seat, guys. To the barbecue. Why do I keep pulling extra stuff? That's so unnecessary. Yeah, it's a little crazy down here. It is a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the worst of the 3 areas. This is most definitely the worst of the 3 areas. So, I think even without having to go much further, I would probably say that if you do play a Fend zone in the early game, you should probably stick to cows and trab, unless you have a mercenary that can keep himself alive, or a mercenary that you're able to keep alive, because then you will have the might aura and the added damage from that.
Hail to you.
I'm running out of potions here in a hurry. So, as I said before, neither in cows or in Trav was this a particularly fast build. But I think we have gone from Travancore and cows being actually feasible. You could farm it if you wanted to. I think that I would suggest you to stay away from chaos unless you could produce a mercenary that could keep himself alive, so that you could at least have the might aura. Yeah, you see here, being in melee range with all this. Now, I think I'm just gonna call it there for this build. Until you have a functioning mercenary, stay away from chaos. Stick to cows and Travancore on the Fend zone. Chaos, for me, 1, maybe 2 out of 10. Very, very difficult. You can obviously do it as a one-of playthrough if you want to do the quest and move on. But for repeated farming, it's a no-go. Make sure that you have a functioning mercenary before you attempt chaos. There we are. It's time to do the Sorceress. And the early game Sorceress, we level 80. We have picked up 45% chance to block. It was starting to get really expensive on the decks here. But we went to 45%. Happy with that. The gear is Spirit, Stealth, Lore, Random +1 skill, Amulet, Rhyme, Random rare boots. Same with rings and belt and gloves. Everything is just random crap that you would normally have on this level when you have played through. The charms, the same. Random resistance charms, some cold res, a little bit of life over here, some hit recovery. Basically what you could expect to have once you have reached about level 80. For the build, we are testing out the Blizzard build first. I usually take 1 point in Warmth. We have 1 point in Static, Telk, and Teleport. 1 point in Shiver Armor. I have Blizzard with all the synergies, so we have Glacial Spike and Icebolt maxed, and we also maxed Cold Mastery. The remaining points we dumped in Static Field for more radius on our Static. So, no Mercenary. Okay, time for cows. We have sorted out our keybinds here. And let's see how the Blizzard Sorceress fare in the cow level. So she can definitely do this. This is also, as mentioned before, we're doing this without a mercenary. So whilst it's not super quick, you can absolutely do this on the Blizzard Sorceress in the early game, even with the crappy gear that we have here. Kind of a yikes start to have an elite like that on top of us, but you know, in the cow level, that shit's gonna happen.
I need mana.
You need mana? Well then grab some mana. Gonna try and pull something a little bit more sensible out in the open here. You can see both the Blizzard and the Static Field is doing work here. Everything is slowed. I think you can probably be able to keep any type of mercenary alive with this build because the slow is so huge. Doesn't seem to be very difficult at all, and this is only going to get faster and faster the better gear you get. So absolutely feasible to farm Ka level on the Blizzard Sorceress. I would say this is 8 out of 10 for sure. It could even be more. Blizzard Sorceress very strong in the Ka level. Now let's head over to Trav. Okay, Trav. We're gonna do Trav and Call here. There is one of the units in Trav that is usually cold immune. I would just choose to skip that guy. I would kill the rest of the stuff here and just leave the cold immune alone. It kind of depends how many units spawn cold immune. There he is, Torch, Ice Fist. That is the one. So you have to make sure that he doesn't sneak up on you. The rest of the units you can kill just fine, and you can probably even also kill Torch, Ice Fist with a on a one-off if you are doing this for your quest, just for playing through the game, because you can stun him using telekinesis and have your mercenary take him down. So where is he? No, that one was not him. Let's kill this thing. It's a fairly safe farm over here. I know I am amped right now, and I can probably die from one hit, but you get the point. Everything is slowed, and if you didn't have amp damage, and if you had a mercenary, you should be able to deal with this just fine. If I have a... Oh, there we go. How did that guy... How did that guy get away? What the hell did that do? Did he die on the inside? I didn't... Oh, hey, he went to this side. Alright. One of them, and both of them are down. So, yeah, as they mentioned in the chat here, we actually got the Taos Mask. So if you were playing on live servers right now, this is a pretty sweet starter helmet from your mercenary. So this could have been the difference from your mercenary staying alive and not staying alive. So this is obviously what you can find in Trav. I would say for Trav and Call, this build is a 6 out of 10. It's not amazing, because there are some immunes here, and particularly if you don't have a mercenary, I would say that. If you can have a mercenary that can help you DPS and you know, help you like gather mobs so you can increase your DPS, I would say this is a 7. So in the current iteration, Without a mercenary, 6 out of 10. With mercenary, I would say 7 out of 10. Very, very reasonable build. So let's check out Chaos. So we have arrived in Chaos, and you're quickly gonna see that farming with a single elemental build in Chaos is gonna be very, very tough. See, we have Cold Resist over here. You can deal with all the ghosts, of course. You can deal with the fire immunes. But then as soon as you reach anything that is cold immune, you are gonna run into trouble. This is also usually why I don't really recommend Sorceresses farming Chaos until they can run Infinity. Or if you want to run some sort of dual elemental build. It's not my favorite to play dual elements, so I tend to not to do Chaos until I have my Infinity. Well, either that or a very, very strong mercenary, of course. So I don't think I really need to show this anymore. You can see these immunes. You can get away from them. You can absolutely get away from them. But without the functioning mercenary, it's gonna be very, very tough. So I think without having a functioning mercenary, just stay away from Chaos on all the builds. I'm not gonna do Chaos on Fire and Lightning build because it is echoed. It is the same. If you don't have a functioning mercenary, stay away from Chaos. Stick to Chaos and Travancore. That's my best tip. So let's respec and let's look at the Lightning Sorceress. Alright, second Sorceress build. We have quickly respec'd to Lightning here. The gear is exactly the same. We have 1 point in Shiver Armor, 1 point in Warmth, we have 1 point in Teleport, maxed all the Lightning, Chain Lightning, Lightning, and the synergies with Lightning Mastery, and we dumped the rest of the points in Static Field. Not really much to say about that. It's going to be interesting to see if this build is strong enough, because you don't have the crowd control that you would normally have with another build, like Blizzard, for instance. So let's see how this is gonna go. Yeah, and we start at the worst possible place with extra fast cows. That's a wait. Hang on. What happened to my? What happened to my? What's it called? My static field button. Hang on. Let me find my static field over here. Not charge bolt. Static field. All right, cool. So as you can see, at this low level, you can still do this with lightning. You can absolutely do it, but it's underwhelming compared to Blizzard. I think for the lightning build to really start shining, you need quite a few plus skills, and the fact that you don't have any type of defensive against this is as well terrifying. Quite underwhelming in the cow level with the exactly the same gear as Blizzard. I would say that's a 2 out of 10. Let's. I mean, I can tell you up front what's going to happen in Trav. We could just run over there immediately, but we're going to have the same problem. So here we have lightning immunes. Half the mobs in here. See here, the lightning immune. It's just half the pack that you can actually kill. It's undoable without a different build or a very, very strong mercenary. The same actually goes a long way for River of Flame. You can can just teleport you guys in here real quick so you can see. Use far teleporting. Let's hope we don't get hit in the face for a bazillion damage. We actually did get hit in the face for a bazillion damage, but we survived. But here you kind of see the problem already. We have immunities. We don't have sufficient single target damage. The Venom Lords are gonna tear us a new one here. So, whilst it is doable, you are extremely vulnerable to immunities, and it's a high chance that you're just gonna get overrun, like what's happening with us right now. And whilst you can do this as a one-of playthrough, as I mentioned with many other builds, they are capable of clearing this if you take the time to do it. I would not recommend to farm this area as a Lightning Sorceress. And it goes to show at the same gear that the Blizzard Sorceress has, this character is not really good at any of the 3 desired farming areas. It's not good in Chaos, it's not good in Trav, it's not good in Chaos. You can, as Bounce is mentioning here in the chat, obviously break some of these immunities with Static Field, but that is something you do for a playthrough. You do that to beat the Chaos ones when you get the quest, because it's so time consuming to keep doing that. And even so, if you didn't have the immunities, the other targets in there have quite a bit of health, and you saw that it's very, very difficult to stay on top of everything, to have enough damage, because you just get overrun. Those Infernals, they just come in from all sides. Missiles are flying. So I think the only way you would play Arcane, the only way you would play Lightning is if you would only farm Arcane Sanctuary. In Arcane Sanctuary, it's quite good. We can actually do a mad one and go over to Arcane Sanctuary real quick. Well, let's not go that direction. That direction is terrible. But here, these goes right here. See? Here you are quite strong. So if this is your jam, you can definitely go to this area and farm high runes. Outside of this area right here, I wouldn't play Lightning Sorceress as my choice. I would play Cold. But you can absolutely farm Arcane Sanctuary if you enjoy that. So Arcane Sanctuary, this character is 9 out of 10. But the thing is, Arcane Sanctuary is suboptimal. It's not the best place to farm runes compared to Chaos, or even well, Travancore is the best place that you can't do. So personally, unless you have some sort of fetish for the Lightning Sorceress, I would stay away from the Lightning Sorceress as your early game character. If you want to go Sorceress, as you will soon see when I'm gonna demonstrate the Fire Sorceress, I think that you should go Blizzard. Blizzard is just the strongest build for Sorceress. But that being said, we're gonna show the Fire build in just a few seconds. Alright, we have Respect, Fire, Combustion, of course. That's the farming build for Fire. Exactly the same gear as the early builds in this video. Nothing spectacular, only a few plus skills. We are still having the about 45% block, as in the 130 dex. Enough strength to wear our Rhyme, and then the rest in Vitality, running just short of 1,000 health. Gonna try the cow level here. I do suspect that this is gonna be quite tough, but let's give it a go and let's see how this is. Yeah, you see here it's actually low key quite a bit better than lightning. I have to say that. You can actually kite this. I just realized that you can actually kite this. So this is substantially better than lightning. And this is actually really fun as well. I haven't really played this build very much before, but this is super fun with the combustion. The fire build is actually taking me a little bit by surprise right now. It's some solid damage output from this fire build. You know, obviously you're screwed by fire immunes, but you can just kite them into a corner and leave them there. The combustion skill, it looks like it's just a fireball nova. Yes, it does. So let's pull a really big pull here. Try to not catch any elites. So you're gonna take 3 combustions, I think, to kill most targets. But if you kite this in a circle, since you hit so many things with the combustion, it's actually not that bad. And this is pretty fun, I have to say. Again, this build is surprising me a little bit. It was better than I was fearing. This is better than the lightning build for sure. And as I said, if you do have issues with any of these immunes, you can just kite them to a corner and teleport away. Save yourself the trouble. You are usually here to farm runes in the first place. You have a little bit of extra fast here. That's not so amazing. But yeah, you get the picture, guys. Actually surprised of the fire build. Wow. I have to say, the fire build was substantially better than I thought. I think I gave the cold build 6 out of 10. I would give this 5 out of 10. Absolutely doable to farm the cow level on a fire sorceress or a combustion sorceress. Even with this bad gear, we only have 3+ skills in this gear. So, positive surprise for me. I'm not going to be as harsh against this build as the previous build, the lightning build. Which I wouldn't recommend farming pretty much anything. You should probably use the cold. But to be fair, if you do enjoy the fire sorceress more than the cold sorceress, you can definitely play fire. So it's 6 out of 10 for the cold. I would say 5 out of 10 for the fire, and it's 2 out of 10 for lightning. It's terrible. Unfortunately, the fire is going to suffer from a lot of the same issues in Travancore as the lightning sorceress will, because there are immunities. So even if your damage is quite good, it doesn't really matter, because half the mobs that are here are immune to your damage. See here, all the immune to fire. And in the early game, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. You're just gonna get chased away. You're gonna take forever. Even with a good mercenary, it's gonna take forever. Stay away from Trav if you're a fire sorceress. If you're a combustion sorceress, it's no good. And unfortunately, you can echo the same sort of experience in Chaos Sanctuary. There's just too many fire immunes. There's just too many fire immunes here. These are fire immune. Venom Lords are fire immune. The only thing that's not fire immune are these ghosts. And you can massacre some ghosts, but that's just not gonna cut it. So, I'm gonna have a quick TLDR here on the Sorceress before we jump into the next class. The worst of the worst, or the worst of them all, is the Lightning Sorceress. I couldn't farm it consistently in Chaos, couldn't farm it in Trap at all. It's very slow in Chaos. I do not recommend playing a Lightning Sorceress on the early game. If you do have a if you do have the hots for the Lightning Sorceress, the only place she can farm is probably Arcane Sanctuary. Not something I would recommend. The Fire Sorceress is slightly better. I would still not farm Chaos or Trav, but the Fire Sorceress can actually do decently in the cow level. Particularly if you can stack up a couple of plus skills, and if you have a mercenary that can help you tank and stay alive, that's going to help you a lot too. Which brings me to the Cold Sorceress, the Blizzard Sorceress that we played earlier in this video. It's just by far the best character. Much more control with the slow from cold. It will help you keep the mercenary alive when everything is slowed down. You also have much better control over the cows. You can like funnel them into where you're standing, and they're just walking through the blizzard. I like the Cold Sorceress best of all the 3 Sorceress builds for the early game, although in the late game, all 3 of these builds are definitely viable. I would stay away from Lightning particularly. Small thumbs up to Fire for how they dealt with the cow level, but for me, it's going to be the Blizzard, and that's the conclusion of the Sorceress Guide. Alright guys, so we are here with the first of 3 Necromancer builds. This is the Clay Golem Summoner build. This is what we chose to go for the first build, and I am a little bit unsure if it's worth to put more points in Amplify damage. I chose not to. Maybe you kind of want to let your plus skills eventually carry the Amplify, but there is a consideration to make to put a few more points in Amplify damage. I did take 1 point in Bone Armor. This is basically out of old habit. You don't have to do that, but I like to have the armor around me. So for the summoning skills, we took 1 point in Blood Warp, maxed Clay Golem, maxed Golem Mastery, maxed Blood Golem, Iron Golem, and we dumped the rest of the points in Fire Golem. So as you can see, this build, we are level 80. This build is going to max in 10 levels. So at level 90, this build here would be maxed, and then you could consider putting more points in Amplify. We did go to 45% chance block, and we have about 1,000 life with 58 strength for the Rhyme. I chose to go with a Grim Shield Rhyme here just because I don't think everyone who is trying this build could consistently get a Necromancer head with either Clay Golem skills or anything else useful. So I chose to go completely without a skill. So if you do have something with skill here, obviously your skill or your gear is going to be slightly better. We are also going without a Necromancer, so my Clay Golems will not have amplified damage. No, not amplified damage. Would not have Might Aura. This is also to show that even with a very gearedly character, very badly geared character, we can see where he is able to farm. So we have Spirit, Stealth, Lore, Random +1 Amulet, the Rhyme as shown before, Rare Boots, Gloves, Belt, and Double Rings. Nothing particularly amazing here, and just random charms that you could see to have obtained by the time you're level 80. So let's summon our Clay Golems. All 5 of them. We have our Amplify over here. And let's jump into the cow level and see what happens. A little scary in the first step there. So as you can see, this is without amplify damage, and these Clay Golems are already going to town on this bovine herd here. I'm assuming that this Holy Freeze guy is gonna be a little rough, but they're gonna get him down eventually. So, you know, whilst slow... Oh, that didn't take long at all. Wow. That was kind of surprising how they beat that guy up. Whilst not the fastest build by any stretch of the imagination. Very, very fun build. Very, very safe build. You're standing in the back, just letting your clay golems do all the work. We have champions, we have elites, regular cows. It's just carnage. Just beat everything up. So just make sure that you recast your amp if it expires, and keep your clay golem count at 5. So important to show. Not the fastest. Obviously not the fastest. It's a summoning build after all. But, you know, no mercenary with Might Aura. No particular plus skills to talk about. We have +3 right now. So, yeah. It's a very, very safe build. I would give this build probably... I would probably say like 6 out of 10. Probably 6 out of 10 in the cow level for this build. And that's mostly because he is super safe. He can do it. It's not something that is very, very difficult to do. So I will say this build, 6 out of 10. Not the fastest, very safe. That is a reasonable TLDR. I think that's going to echo in the 2 other areas as well. Alright, we have arrived in Travical. On with the shield. And here we go. Blood warp our way up here to put these at the front. I don't know where these... Oh, they split up. That's why it's. That's why the damage is so low. Let me get some rejuves. And there we are. All right. So this is obviously something that's going to happen. You have a lot of extra mobs here. Sometimes. So let's try to pull these out. And yeah, here we go. Hey, what happened to my clay golems? Why are they running away? So hard to see with this blizzard going off here. But okay, it looks like we have this under control now. Amplify damage, of course. Resummon your clay golems when they die. Make sure that you have amp at all times on your targets. So yeah, again, echoing very, very similarly to what was going on in the cow level. Not the best, not the fastest, but very, very safe. And for that reason, I do actually mark up this this build. Safety is particularly on hardcore very, very important. Let's gather my golems down there. So you can use the blood warp like I did there to like gather up your clay golems if they have been spreading out, running around, to just like basically burst a target down. So we do have this stone-skinned guy. This is probably an immune to physical. If I don't have amp on him, that's why he's taking a while. And these two regulars aren't helping either because they're spawning Hydras. Yeah, that one was actually immune to physical. So he's gonna get down very soon. I would say this build in Trav, probably a 5 out of 10. It's not the fastest, but it's very, very safe. If you're not too worried about farming super, super fast, and you want to have a very, very fun build, the Summoning Necro Clay Golem build that I'm showing you here is a very nice build. 5 out of 10 overall for the early game Clay Golem in Trav. Now let's test Chaos. Okay, we are in Chaos. And, you know, this build being what it is, I am certain that this is going to be exactly the same thing as we have seen in both Trav and the Ka level. It's going to be super safe, it's going to be able to do it, but it's not going to be the fastest. So, I don't think there is... I don't actually think there's too much to show here. I just think this build is really, really solid as an early build. Very safe. Particularly for hardcore, that is something that you would go for. It's a lot of fun if you like summoning builds. Personally, I do like summoning builds. I haven't played this particular summon build before, but I do like it quite a bit. Just slap down this Oblivion Knight. That would be amazing. So, let's see how we fare against the Sace. And I do suspect, again, that it's going to be quite easy. Oh, we even have extra fast here. Okay, look at this. Skeletons. No, not skeletons. Golems. Just wrecking face. Look at that. Telestomping. Absolutely annihilated that guy. Should we just to confirm a theory? Should we just actually clear and do Diablo here? Because I think this build is going to be pretty good at boss killing. Against the D. Not impressive boss damage. I wouldn't say that this is directly impressive. But I mean, they're doing it. They're just not doing it very fast. Yeah, that is true. With this terrible level of gear, that they actually can still do it. That's pretty good. There we go. Oh, we got a Primeval Soul even. Wow! Can sell that for 1,000,000 high runes on day number 1. But yeah, tested out the clay golems, mercenary-less clay golems, dealing with chaos fairly impressively. You know, it's a summon build. It's not the fastest, but with the crap gear that we have and no functioning mercenary, this would be what do I say? Probably a 5 out of 10 for chaos. Definitely worth farming this area if you like the summoning Clay Golem Necromancer. And now on to the next one. Alright, we're here with a Respect Necromancer. We're back with the Corpse Explosion Revive variety of the Necromancer. Gonna go over the stats real quick. 58 strength to wear the Rhyme. The gear is exactly the same as the summoner that you saw in the previous clip. And we have the about 45% block and the rest in vitality. So we're just under 1,000 health. the talents in curses we have maxed amplify damage. In Poison and Bone we have 1 point in armor, we have maxed explosion and desecrate. And in summoning we have maxed revive. We took 1 point in blood golem, 1 point in golem mastery, and we dumped all of the remaining points in blood warp. So we're gonna go here. This is the reason why I put the portal right next to the outside. We have to spawn some desecrates, and if you do it here, you get quill rats. And these machine guns is something that I have been interested in testing.
I need mana.
See how these work. You do get different units depending on where you cast your desecrate. So this is more of a let's do this for fun thing than it being very smart right now. Usually you would probably want to create your desecrate and summon in Act 5 to get units with crushing blow on them. But that is going to be that. I am going to go into the cow level and let's see what happens. So, desecrate, amp damage. Where are my revives, by the way? Oh, here they are. Oh, I forgot my blood golem. My bad. 1 second. I forgot the blood golem. Where is... what button for that? There. No, that's not the blood golem. It's the clay golem. There. It's the blood golem. There we go. Oh, okay. So we just blasted this this pack out for fun. The quill boars, or the quill rats, were absolutely horrendously bad, and that's as expected. I just wanted to see how they were. So when we have some cows resurrected here, we're gonna go for these cows. So let's see how this goes with a sensible unit setup. So we're gonna cast some desecrates, amp damage, and corpse explode. So as you can see, this works pretty well. I'm not gonna lie, that is not bad. For the early game, that is not bad. Oh, that's a little bit of a quickness over there. But yeah, that was elites and everything. What is that? Oh my lord! We've finally... Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so what just happened here is that you see that I'm running without a mercenary, right? Which means that these units do not have might aura. This item alone would pretty much ensure that any mercenary that you have, you would go with an Act 5 for this build, he would stay alive. The life leech and the damage reduction on this is more than enough to keep that mercenary alive. This basically doubled my damage. Finding this thing, to be able to have an Act 5 mercenary with might, basically doubled my DPS output. But I mean, oh, I missed the amp there. But this is a very strong build. Super thirsty build. I will say that. This is a super strong build. I mean, to have this kind of AoE damage in the early game, and I've literally played this build for about 3 minutes. Not honed into this build at all for what it can really do if you get fluent playing this build.
Not enough mana.
This build is super strong. And it's a lot of fun too. I know that this is not a fun competition per se, because we can deal with what's fun after we actually manage to kill stuff. But yeah, this build is definitely capable of doing the cows. No, of course not. Of course we don't have a Corpseborn. With many plus skills, this would be absolutely mad. I would say this is probably a 7 to 8 out of 10. Very, very cool build. It's the again the revive Corpse Explosion, and then you go over the synergies for Corpse Explosion because the synergy is revive. So then you also max desecrate and amplify damage. The ghost is dying, guys. Anywho, let's move on to Travancore. Alright, Trav, here we are. On with the armor. Something is lightning enchanted somewhere. Get inside here. Wow. Take a look at that. Was that the fastest of any build that we have tried in Trav? That was really fast for the early game. This is one of the strongest builds I have seen for Travancore during all the classes. For the early game, the one we're doing now, this is 8 out of 10 easily. Maybe even a 9 out of 10, considering how safe you are. You were able to stand... Yeah, actually, I think I'm gonna give the first 9 out of 10. I don't think I have given 9 out of 10 in Trav yet, but this build, definitely 9 out of 10 in Travancore. Absolutely amazing. Alright, we're in Chaos. Gonna see how this goes. And, I mean, I can't see this build faltering anywhere right now. The Corpse Explosion is just so strong. Oh, do I still have Enigma on? Oh yeah, I do. Good point. Thank you. Oh, that's why I couldn't teleport. There. Obviously a little bit more clunky in an area that is a little open like that. But this is super nice. Yeah, just blow up the entire Disease wave. Just give me some new revives here. Some Venom Lords. This is pretty cool. But yeah, that's gonna be the Desecrate, Revive, Corpse Explosion build. I have purposefully not resurrected the best units in the game. There are many, many other units that you can resurrect to special needs that you have. You can get units with Crushing Blow. You can I think you can even get units with Knockback and Cleave. So there's endless possibilities if you want to play this build. So this build is very strong, as you can see. We can basically deal with any area. I would say for Chaos, I've played this build for 10 minutes. If I were to play this build for a few days, things would be a bit more fluid. But you know, the way the build is standing right now, I would say Chaos is easily a 7 out of 10. One of the stronger builds that I have tried. And if you do research what units you should bring as revives, this is gonna be even better. Not to mention, as always, no Mercenary, no Might Aura. So, if you can bring better revives, Might Aura, you should have a very good time with this early game build, with the gear that we have. So we're here with the third Necromancer build. We have made a Teeth and Bone Spear build. So let me show you guys quickly the stats. This is the same as before, around 45 block, 58 strength for the Rhyme, and the rest in Vitality. We have a Spirit, we have Lore, Stealth, the same gear as you have seen earlier on this character. I pretty much kept everything the same. The build is as follows. 1 point in decrep for bosses and scary elites. We have maxed all the bone spells and synergies, so all of them have 20, so it's 80 points in here. And then in summoning, we have 1 point in Golem Mastery to have a Clay Golem as a meat shield. And then we have dumped everything else in Blood Warp. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. Not very experienced with this build. So it's gonna be a little strange. Oh wait, that was wrong. Put that one there. It's gonna be a little strange to play this at first, but we will see how it goes. Oh yeah, it goes like this, eh? Yeah, that's exactly what it goes like. Oof. Extra fast, guys. We're running! That's what we're best at. Frickin' running away. Decrep is not gonna help because the radius isn't big enough. It's not meant for slowing down gigantic packs. It's meant for slowing down one target. So as far as I can see, we are absolutely boned. Absolutely boned. The damage felt really weak. The Golem is obviously there to soak a hit, so that's fine. But I couldn't get sustainable damage. I'm gonna open one more cow level and see if I can have a little bit of a nicer pull in the opener to see if there's actually any point in going to the cow level with this kind of build. So I'll be back in just 2 seconds with another cow level. Alright, we're back. I haven't checked this map out, but we're gonna jump in and see if we can get something going here. Oh, we spawn straight into the Cow King. That is mildly unfortunate, to say the least. But this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen in the cow level. You are gonna spawn in annoying places, and this is basically, you can see the damage we're doing. About 10% per hit, maybe 15. 10-15% per hit on these. So that's what, 6 to 7 hits to kill. This damage is not sufficient to do the cow level. You can argue all the choices that I have made outside of the Poison and Bone tree. The Poison and Bone tree is maxed. This cannot get any stronger at the current level gear that we have. Obviously, the utility, you can place that different. You can not have decrep. You can put more points in whatever you want here. You can put more points in different curses. That's not going to change your damage output. The damage is the same. And for me, that damage was abysmal. That was as close to a 0 out of 10 as you can get. I guess a 0 out of 10 would be me dying. But that's a 1 out of 10. You need significantly more plus skills for that to work. I do not recommend Teeth, Poison and Bone. Poison and Bone. Wow, that was a hard word. For cow level. I don't think it has anything to do with particularly a beginner, because it doesn't matter if you have played the build for 100 years or for 10 minutes. If you need to shoot a cow 7 times for it to die when they are enclosing from all angles, it's not going to work. So far, the corpse explosion has worked the best. We have a couple of more areas to test on this build, so there's going to be a conclusion at the end with my ideas. But for now, we are going to test out Trav real quick. I think Trav is going to be a disaster, but hey, what can you do? Reapply the shield and let's go. I'm gonna go with Bone Spear here. It does have higher single target damage. There we have it. To be fair, it wasn't terrible here. A lot better in this area. I'm assuming that's because the units have less HP than the cows. This was actually not super terrible. I mean, not great, but doable, I would say. I mean, it's still really, really slow, but it's doable. The cow level was a disaster, but this is actually not that horrible. This is doable. If you do end up playing a build like this, you can do Trav. Trav is not the worst. We are actually killing some stuff here. Maybe even Bone Spear would be better. Oh, Bone Spirit would be better. It's slightly higher damage, isn't it? 3. Yeah, it's about double the damage. But obviously also only a single target. So yeah, I would say, I mean, after the horrible experience in the cow level, I would say probably a 4. I'll give this build a generous 4 in Travancore. Maybe a tiny bit better gear, or a hint of a mercenary, and this build can farm Trav quite nicely. Alright, we are in Chaos. Same build, of course. Let's you see here. It's working. It's pretty much echoing Travancore, what we did a few minutes ago. Much better than Chaos. And as far as I see, it actually looks like the area for this character is Chaos. A lot of builds can't deal with Chaos with this bad gear, but surprisingly, the Bone Necromancer, the Bone Spear Necromancer, Teeth Bone Spear that we're playing now, deals with this quite well. Oh, I do have the Enigma still. Not good. Now it's removed. So yeah, the damage is not terrible. I think Eldritch Shank would be better. I am strongly disagreeing. Eldritch and Shank are TC84. And they're also a crap monster level. So I would rather struggle here than farm crap bosses. No joke. I would rather take twice as long to farm this area and actually farm an area that is beneficial to me than farm crap bosses. Let's see how badly we're gonna get overrun by this, because this is obviously gonna spawn extra fast, right? Yep, of course. I mean, did you even have to ask? Oh. That was kind of yikes. We're dead here. Ooh. Are we dead? We were very close to dead. Ooh.
I need mana.
So that was the what are we playing? Bone Spear Teeth Necro. He actually had quite a bit of damage here, but he lacks control. So as you saw from the Disease pack there, it could be quite easy to get overrun, particularly if you don't have a mercenary. I would be careful with Chaos if you farm on this character. I think I would stick to Trav. Travancore is the best place in the game to farm runes, and in the early game runes will pretty much buy you anything, and you can always find, you know, the usual suspects, the Maras, the Stone of Jordans, the Vipers, the Shakos. All those items can drop in Trav. So if you do play this Teeth Bone Spear Necro, I highly suggest you to stick to Travancore until you have a decent mercenary, or until you have a solid amount of plus skills, so that you can pretty much one-shot the mobs in Chaos. After that, I think Chaos will be a particularly strong place to farm until you are strong enough to go to maps. For Chaos, I would give this character a 5 out of 10. He's very strong, but a little bit squishy, a little bit susceptible to get overrun. So that was the last of the Necromancer builds that we are going to be testing in this beta. We have tested 3 builds for every character. I highly suggest you to check out the compilation video with all the builds in one, where you can switch between builds. There's timestamps underneath, first of all, in this video for the highlights, but there's also going to be huge timestamps for all the classes in the compilation video that's going to come out from all 7 classes. If you enjoyed this Necromancer guide, please hit me up with a follow and a subscribe, and leave your comment down below with what you want to see in the next video. Until next time, take care, and I will see you there.